Good evening, and welcome to the St. Petersburg by Night podcasting network. Tonight, we present to you our Werewolf the Apocalypse Chronicle, Rage Across Tampa.
Welcome to another St. Pete by Night revamped production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes that will be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, howling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing dire of an endless fight, until our final days we will fight. Thanks, man, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the grave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the worm forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. Don't you never hide.
Good evening and welcome to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network. St. Petersburg by Night is an online World of Darkness community originated in St. Petersburg, Florida, now offering 5th edition, 20th anniversary, and Chronicles of Darkness games. So come down to our community by following that link in the description down below, and you could be a part of an amazing community of 150 plus individuals. And who knows, maybe you'll find yourself seated at a table or starting a table of your own very soon. My name is Kent, also known as Kent on all social media, and I am your storyteller tonight because it's Tuesday night, and you know what that means. It's time for Rage Across Tampa, our 5th edition Werewolf the Apocalypse Chronicle set in Tampa Bay, Florida, where the Sept of the Evening Star attempts to combat the forces of the worm, both physical and spiritual. Also, it's the spooky season. And you know what that means? It's time for some spooky treats because we have an incredible giveaway on our channel that you could participate in, you could be a part of to win some amazing prizes. But you don't need to hear me talk about it, at least not in this incarnation. Let's go ahead and take a look at the ad for the giveaway now. You read that right. It is our first ever giveaway. And what better time to have a giveaway than the spooky season? My name is Kent, and I'm the founder of St. Pete by Night and the storyteller of both Rage Across Tampa and Hellhounds. And it's time for our Halloween giveaway. So let's get into the details about this giveaway because it is a big one and you are going to want to participate. First, let's take a look at the prizes. Our grand prize winner is in for a Werewolf starter pack, and that comes with a Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition core rulebook, a character journal, a full dice set necessary to play the game, and a handmade crocheted dice bag courtesy of our friends over at Chromatic Creations. And if you aren't selected for the grand prize, don't worry, because you are in for a great runner-up prize. 3 of our runner-ups will receive a full dice set necessary to play any World of Darkness game and a handmade crocheted dice bag courtesy of Chromatic Creations. So those bags you see on the screen, one of them could be yours if you're a runner-up in this contest. So you're probably asking yourself, how do I enter? Well, there's many ways you can enter into this contest, including visiting St. Pete by Night on YouTube, submitting a video about your favorite Tampaverse character, joining our Discord on the link down below, following St. Pete by Night on Instagram, commenting on the Instagram photos, and following St. Pete by Night on TikTok. But wait, there's more. You could also submit a TikTok about your favorite Tampaverse character. Follow St. Pete by Night on Blue Sky. Like, repost, or reply to our Blue Sky posts. Share a post using one of the hashtags St. Pete by Night, Rage Across Tampa, Tampaverse, or SPbN Halloween. Plus, there are bonus entries if you're a Twitch subscriber, so subscribe to Twitch. But of course, it wouldn't be a giveaway without the important legal jargon, so let's get to the important stuff. The giveaway runs October 7th through November 1st, 2025. You must be 18 or older and a US resident to enter. Winners are chosen at random through Gleam and announced on YouTube and our social media. The contest is free to enter, no purchase necessary, and it's not sponsored or endorsed by YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, or Blue Sky. See full terms and rules with the link in the description. So as you see, the spooky season means time for giveaways, and we've got a crazy cool opportunity for you to jump into the werewolf side of the World of Darkness and get everything you need to get started. So follow those instructions, follow the link we have in the chat and the description down below to join in with that amazing giveaway, and you could be winning some pretty stellar prizes. That being said, let's get to tonight's story by introducing the amazing cast that makes this show possible. Players, go ahead and introduce yourselves if you please.
Hi, everybody. I'm Champ, Champagne, Sheila's dog, whatever you want to call me, and I will be playing Aspen Weiss, Philodox of the Silverfangs.
Hi everybody, I'm Noree. I'll be playing Malicious Jester, the Galliard of the Black Fairies.
Hello everyone, my name's Preston. I play Jason, Dreams-In-Decay, Thorne, Theurge of the Bonar.
You know, Sheila. She has his little dog. Sheila's dog. Anyway, players, let's get caught up on everything that happened last week. We had some pretty interesting turns of events as Aspen started down the road of becoming a kinseeker, learning everything she could from Eliza about the process of becoming a kinseeker, then using those abilities to begin the hunt for Larry, a recently changed Garou who is out there somewhere in the world. Her path ended up taking her to Larry's childhood home, where she met Larry's mother, a woman by the name of Antonia, and learned a little bit about Larry's upbringing and maybe a little bit about the past. But there's this nagging familiarity in the back of her head after having met Antonia that she can't quite place. Meanwhile, Jace had a spiritual roundtable with Star and Rat both, and some interesting things were discussed about the current affairs happening, but also some interesting things about the Caern itself and its origins, and maybe the unbridled power that the Caern appears to have. Now it has Jace with some questions in the back of his head as to why this Caern came into existence, how it came into existence, and how did Eliza know about this cairn, if it was supposedly long dormant and long forgotten about? Meanwhile, Jester and Charles went looking for the Camazotz known as Alexander or Xander, and, well, they did eventually find him, having helped himself to more than one cow, as he had originally thought, when they came upon a massacred barn full of completely eaten and torn apart animals. They did manage to convince Alexander to leave with them and return to the cairn, having staged a wild animal attack, which is very aptly describing the scene as it was, to try and cover up everything that had happened. The path back to the cairn wasn't exactly easy, of course, as Alexander and Charles have very diametrically opposed personalities, which can only mean exciting things for the future. And then, of course, the pack got together to catch up on everything and have a true pack meeting, not an emergency pack meeting where they could only discuss the specifics of what was going on. The meeting did disclose a great deal and did give them plans moving forward. So tonight, the plans begin as to how to approach all of these things. The finding of Larry, the settling of Alexander, and maybe Jace getting a little bit more information about the Changelings, as well as the origins of the Cairn. So let's get into our first scene. Jester, you have been wanting to check in with Bruce, especially with Lucas's departure, with Larry's change, with everything that's been happening. It's time to check in with the biker club and figure out exactly how they're doing after all of these crazy events that have happened. So you head out to meet up with Bruce, who tells you you can find him at the original biker club as he is overseeing the repairs to the club, the rebuilding of the devastated bar room. So as you get there, you see that there are a few motorcycles parked outside, as well as what appears to be a contractor truck. And as you head into the building itself, you can hear the grinding of power tools, the moving about of individuals. You can see stacks of plywood and brick laid out in the bar area itself as they have begun rebuilding the property as best as possible. Now, it's been a couple of weeks at this point since Larry's first change, so you can see that progress has been made, that they have done a fairly decent job of getting things back together, but it's still going to be some time until everything is good enough to be considered habitable for a long-term basis. But as you arrive, you can see Bruce overseeing some of the repairs, even helping out himself as he hammers a few nails into the new bar that they are constructing along the wall. But as he sees you come in, he puts down the hammer, takes off his work gloves, and comes over to approach you. Evening, Jester.
Evening, Bruce. I want to check in on things. Talk with you a bit. How are the repairs going?
Well, see that we're making some progress, and as he does so, he grabs his vest from behind one of the chairs, puts it on before saying, "Let's go talk in the garage." And with that, he gets up and moves down the hallway back towards the garage in the back of the building. As he opens up the back door and leads you in, you can see that the garage itself is in fairly good condition. It seems like nothing about the garage was disturbed in the events that caused the destruction of the bar area. The back room, however, is stocked with more supplies. It looks like they moved a lot of their inventory from the refrigerated area in the back of the bar into the garage. So you can see boxes and boxes stacked on top of themselves of everything that was still worth keeping from the bar area is stored in the garage for the time being. As he walks in, he pulls out one of the folding chairs for you and then walks over and sits in his own folding chair at the folding table that sits in the middle of the garage floor. All right. He rubs his forehead a little bit as he sits down, but
I'll sit
obviously
down.
a lot has happened.
Yeah, how is Damien doing? Do you know?
He's still in the hospital. They are running a lot of tests, trying to find out information, but he was pretty messed up, put it plainly. And it's going to be a while before he's up and moving again.
Yeah.
They're worried that there may have been some spinal damage.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. But we're getting updates when we can from one of the nurses. We've managed to pay off to slide information along. They're not letting any fam or friends in to see him yet. Only family, although it doesn't appear he has a lot of family in the area.
Shit. I can have someone look in to see if we can find his family and contact them.
Well, from what I know about the kid, he didn't really have much of a family to begin with.
That sucks.
A lot of us don't. That's why we get into this trade.
Yeah,
We make our family if we can't have a family of our own.
I know that feeling. Look, I'm really sorry we weren't here. Shit kind of went crazy.
Lived this
Lucas.
life for a while, Jester. I know the unpredictability of how things go. Even though Ryder didn't say much, we got used to the idea that things were going to be unusual, that we had to be prepared for the unexpected. What I'm mostly worried about now is Larry.
We're still looking for him, but Aspen has a trail that she's narrowed down where he is, so it shouldn't be too much longer, and I will message you as soon as we do find him.
I know that
Anything-
kid, he's going to be pretty messed up about the whole thing.
Yeah.
He's a
Probably.
tough kid, and he's been through a lot, but he's never been the cause of anything as brutal as this.
That's what happens with the first change. Unless it can be caught and prepared for, it usually catches all of us unaware and tends to be pretty brutal.
So what does this mean for him now? Got to have something to tell the rest about his absence.
Well, when we find him and talk to him, hopefully, we're going to take him in and start training him and teaching him. And I guess depending on how you guys feel and how he feels, like, he could still be part of the club if you guys want him and he wants to.
This club was his
Sometimes.
life.
Yeah. Sometimes it's good to have still connections to the lives we had before change, just for normalcy. It's not always possible, but I think Larry's in a good position that he does have that, as well as having the rest of us there to support him.
I promised Buck that I'd always look out for him, no matter what. This is a bit outside my pay grade, so I need you to help me with that.
Yeah, definitely. We're all gonna look out for him, Bruce.
Do you know anything else that he did? The club's fine. We can repair that. And Damien, well, it's a wait and see situation right now, but
Well, no, we haven't found him yet. We've been able to talk to him, but it doesn't seem like there's anything obvious. Nothing's shown up in newspapers or any places we continue to monitor for any weird things. So hopefully nothing. Hopefully he's just hiding out because he's scared and sad and upset and feeling guilty of what he did.
what about his headspace? Is he going to change it all? I've never met a newly changed one of you. I only have all of you and Ryder to base off of, and Ryder was changed well before we all met.
There's probably going to be some anger issues, definitely. And yeah, there might be changes because this is obviously very traumatic for him. But and yeah, we all have anger issues. But hopefully we can teach him how to control it.
I don't think anger issues are just a werewolf thing that kind of runs with the territory, but
No, but there's an anger in us that's always there. Anger at the state of the world and the things we fight against.
right. So when he comes back, am I supposed to start playing Enya in the bar area when he's around, or how does all that work?
No. I think just treat him like normal. That's what he's gonna want best.
All right. Please keep me
But
updated on anything that happens with him. I may
will.
not be able to have boots on the ground about this, but at least I can stay in the loop, help out where I can.
Yeah. I'd definitely keep you updated.
So, obviously, we've been underway with the repairs, but for the time being, we've moved to a secondary location. We have a place a little closer into the city, mostly just a storage unit where we're keeping most of the supplies since we've got a lot of contractors coming in and out right now.
Okay.
Is there anything on your side that needs doing?
There may be some things actually coming up pretty soon. We have to get information on it, but we were possibly looking into looking for aid of the club to help disrupt operations of certain companies. We told you about the weird plants. I know we've warned you guys to be careful and stay away from them, right?
Right.
We're currently looking into the particular companies that are distributing fertilizer that contains those plants and attempts to spread it. And we're looking to do some operations to cost the money, make it so it's not worth continuing.
Right. What do you need us to do?
Not, I don't have details yet, like I said, but I was looking maybe we, I'd be with you, could go, you know, maybe steal some product, start disrupting their trade routes. Like I said, I need details, but definitely just disrupt some operations on them that like it's going to cost them. And any of the non-special fertilizer, you guys are welcome to. I know you probably. Let's be real. I know you guys make explosives. I've known.
We haven't been as active with that in some time, but you never know when something will come in handy.
Yeah. I was also talking to a lot of the remaining members just to get like a pulse check on how they were feeling since the split and everything. Didn't have a chance to really talk to you and Lucas before Lucas left, but I do get a general feel from them like they're doing okay. There's a few that are just feeling a little mid. But like a lot of them are like questioning the split and if it was a good choice. But they're still standing by your leadership. They are expecting action from the former members, so we do need to keep watch on that. But they're really interested in seeing like making the community safer, and then like having some more financial stability or money coming into the club, and maybe like they want a stronger public presence to represent strength.
Makes sense after the divide and everything. Our numbers are fewer. We're not as present on the streets, and with this other branch starting up, leads to division, confusion. Yeah. That's good. Hopefully, this new job you have in mind will give us something to focus on. I know everyone's feeling a little bit anxious and testy now that the bar's been closed. We don't really have a place to gather in the same way.
Right.
All right. Well, if you can get me any information about what needs doing, I can start putting them to work as soon as possible.
Definitely. When I have information for you, we have a couple people getting stuff put together. I will bring it and we can start making a plan. Also, you know, was thinking we might like look into, this is just a side thing, but look into maybe like checking out different local activist groups, especially like the Latino activist groups, searching out just other people we can make connections and have similar struggles as a lot of our members do.
I know a couple of the members have some connections, whether through family or friends, to some of those organizations. Could reach out and see what they know, get us in touch.
Also, you know, if we make more of those connections, we might lead to those that are a little more interested in more direct action and might be interested in like some of the guns you sell and stuff, just to help increase business and not just lean on gangs for business.
That would be good. We took a hit with the split, and I know that the other organization has been putting in bids for business, and because they still carry the name, a lot of our former clients seem to be favoring their business more. I'm trying to assure them, especially the ones that I dealt with directly, that the name change is none of their concern and that it's going to be business as usual. But we have had a setback, he says, looking around at the building.
Yeah. You're still happy with sticking here, right? You don't want to move to another location or anything?
I think having a secondary base of operations is a good thing, but I think to show our strength, to show that we won't be easily swayed or shaken, I think it's important for us to remain here as a presence, to show that we're not so easily pushed aside. If we give up ground, if we give up the territory, the other group is going to see the weakness in it. They're going to try and pursue it.
Yeah, I understand. I get that. Cool. Making sure we're on the same page of everything. So Lucas had an idea to reach out to a contact we know in getting access to one of the local harbors and being for the club to be able to possibly run guns out of there. If you want, I could try to continue pursuing that negotiation.
More sources of income are a good thing. Plus, it'd be easier to get the guns in and out if we had another way other than the roads. Although the
All right.
harbor has pretty tight security, you feel confident about it?
Pretty confident.
All right. Yeah, pursue it. See what you can
Okay.
find out.
I'll do that.
How's everything going over there with you and the others?
Kind of insane, honestly. You'd think, look around once again, just glancing, making sure not really anybody's around or listening. You'd think that once one realized that they were a werewolf and werewolves existed and vampires existed, nothing much would shock you, but I'm pretty much getting shocked nearly every week by something new that I didn't know existed.
Well, it's a big world out there.
Oh, yeah.
Although I can't even imagine the type of things you're encountering. Even knowing about vampires and werewolves is still something I'm having to come to terms with, even when I see proof of it in front of my very own eyes. Still hard to believe sometimes.
Oh, also on that, we have decided to make a treaty truce with the vampires currently because the plant problem is, well, a bigger threat that is harming many, many people in the city, as well as affecting them. So at the moment, we are not pursuing any attacking on them. And kind of territory has been divided up. So I can give you the territory that they don't want us in. I don't know if they will extend it to you, if they know we are connected. I think go about your business daily because what you're doing, a lot of what your business doing has like no connection to us. So it shouldn't be a problem. But I do want you to be aware of it, that these places, even if like you can conduct it, they might be a little more dangerous because we won't be patrolling them for the moment. This is
Why would you get into bed with them? Is it really that much of a threat that you set aside those kind of hostilities?
The plants that they are creating. Have you ever played Last of Us?
No.
Oh, okay.
Wasn't it a TV show?
Yes, it was also a TV show. It was a video game first, but yeah, it was a TV show too. But these plants basically infect people through pollen, you could say, airborne. They can breathe it in, it can get on their skin, and people become infected. And this infection starts to change them into plant creatures, mushroom creatures. They have growths out of them. They become very zombie-like. They're plant zombies.
I thought allergies were bad.
Yeah. We have been fighting it back, but we were having a difficulty trying to figure out how to fully eliminate these plants because unless you completely remove them from the ground, they would grow back. Well, we did find something that they are that kills them, which is iron.
Iron.
Yes. Pure iron or cold iron, like iron that has not been worked even. It has to be a special type of iron. And we needed iron. The vampires have iron. They're able to supply it as long as we get rid of this threat.
What about after that?
After this is done, I think we're going to take stock of where we are and start making a plan.
So let me see if I'm getting this all right. Aside from looking out for sparkly twinkle toes vampires, other werewolves, now we have to look out for plant zombies.
Yes, but usually they've been sticking a lot to more rural areas, so you shouldn't have to worry about them in the city. We've been keeping them pretty cold. But once we have the iron, we can come up with some sort of solution to start destroying the plants themselves and making a plan to take on the people responsible. Part of that is this operations thing that we want to bust up.
Company.
Yes.
What do we need to know if we encounter one of those creatures? What should we do? Because we do have a few of our members who live out in the more rural side of things.
I mean, first off, I would say if you do encounter them, leave, escape, run. Try to get away from them, but if that is not an option, they pretty much all of them are fire. They are vulnerable to fire. Fire burns them pretty well. Try to keep a mask on you. Masks help from you breathing in anything that they might spit out. Some of them do like to spit. Like I said, iron would work, but iron also degrades when using it. It kind of like eats it. It's weird.
We work with a lot of steel and iron in the shop, but I'm not sure it's going to be the kind that you're talking about.
I don't think so. I will double check though. But I would say first off, try to get away. Just run. Don't try to fight it off. I don't want more people to get infected, but if something happens and somebody does get sick or encounters them, please text me immediately once you find out. But if they are forced to fight, fire is the best option to destroy them.
Fire's easy enough. What's your plan exactly to get rid of all these besides disrupting a few shipments and
There's a particular place we know that is the headquarters, I guess you could say. There's a particular woman responsible for this. We are trying to gather iron to get weapons and mount an attack on that place.
you have eyes on that place?
When we can get eyes, it's actually pretty well guarded.
Is there anything you need us to do?
Not involving that at the moment, but rebuilding and preparing, and as soon as we have information, we can start making hits.
All right. We can do that at the very least. As far as fire, been working with manufacturing. I believe they called them Dragon's Breath rounds.
Those will be good. Those will work.
I'll need a few things, but I could possibly start putting some of those together if you think they'll help.
Definitely.
All right. Sounds like we have a plan then. We'll just finish building up here and we'll wait for instructions, I suppose.
Intel.
Sure. All right.
Okay,
Let me know about Larry as soon as you can.
I will.
Good to see you around here, especially all vested up.
Thanks. It's good to be around.
Keep an eye on the rest of the boys, too. If you hear any rumblings, I need to know about it. The last thing we need is somebody feeding intel to the other side.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
All right. Well, I got to get back to work, but good luck with all of that.
Thanks. Thanks
And
for your help.
I'll get you any updates I can about Damien, but they're few and far between right now. A lot of wait and see and waiting on test results and the like.
All right.
At that point, he pushes out his chair and stands up, reaching out a hand to give you a handshake.
I'll stand and shake his hand.
Please take care of yourself.
You too.
Best I can. He gives like a small, tight smile before he starts walking out towards the main bar area to continue the construction. What's going through your mind after this conversation with Bruce?
That I really don't want them near Piney Point. That's most forefront of my mind when he was trying to offer to get intel on the area. But given what Lucas had found when he was first looking around months ago and how things went poorly with the spirits, I don't want the bikers anywhere near that place. I'm worried about them, and the more they get involved, like how they could end up hurt. That's always like a worry on the back of my mind.
These alliances are important because they give you necessary intelligence and information you might not be able to find in other ways. Also, they can give you some backup in a fight. But in these trying and concerning times, the question comes to mind, is it worth putting those allies at risk? Is it worth letting them in further onto the other side, into the world of darkness, as it were? However, certain alliances come from that side of the fence. And we now transition to our next scene, where Jace goes to check in with the Changelings. Jace, you were given instructions to go see what the Changelings have been up to check in with Ravi, and to see if he knows anything about some of the hives which have been getting tended to, but not by the Garou, not by Charles, and not by the Sept. Also, just to see how the state of things are. What's your thought process as you make the ride out to the bunker where you know the Changelings are holed up?
Trying to process the everything that's been happening for the past few months, and then curious because they say that they don't want to be a part of this fight, but if they are the ones doing something about these different hives, why now? And with the other changelings popping up, are they keeping secrets from Jace? And is it to protect themselves or to protect Jace himself? These are things he's been pondering for past few nights.
As you arrive at the site of the bunker, pulling your bike along the beaten dirt driveway out towards the bunker, you can see that there are some lights out in the middle of the field that are focused outward in the direction. As soon as the motorcycle starts driving down the driveway, you see the lights go off, plunging the field into darkness. Eventually, you find the end of the dirt trail, and there's a footpath that leads towards the bunker. It's quiet, almost eerily quiet, as you turn off the engine to the motorcycle.
Do a quick glance around, trying to see if there's any movement outside of the vicinity before making the way to the bunker, just to make sure there are no eyes watching him.
Sure, give me a wits and awareness.
Am I back to rage 1?
Yes.
Okay. Three.
As you scan your surroundings in the field, you notice that there are patches of the field itself that look like they have been trimmed or cut back, disturbed in some fashion, and they seem to be in different areas in an almost circumference around the area of the bunker. Spotty patches where the grasses are lower and the earth has been disturbed beneath it. But you don't notice any other individuals nearby.
Okay. Taking note of that, we'll call out, Ravi, it's just me. I'm gonna start making my way down. If you have guns, don't shoot.
A few moments pass, and you actually hear some whispers from over in the direction of the bunker. And then a few moments later, the spotlights come back on. And off at the end of the path, the footpath leading towards the bunker, you see the sandy blonde-haired young man standing there, raising a hand in greeting as he walks down the path.
Hey, Ravi.
Sarah, good to see you.
Yeah, I like the lights. They was not expecting that, so it's a nice touch.
Well, we've had some interesting developments since we last met. Seems that the creatures have been starting to encroach in this area. Nothing too severe, but we believe passing mobs or groups have been coming through in the past. So we've had to make some adjustments to ensure that we're not caught off guard.
Are they all heading in the same direction?
No, it seems to be sparse at best, but we did have one particularly large group pass through maybe 2 or 3 days ago.
Okay. But you guys are okay?
So far, yes. We managed to hunker down in the bunker, lock up the doors. We waited for them to pass, and we even heard banging on the bunker doors, but we didn't open. We waited for daylight to come.
Okay. Well, you'll point towards the disturbed dirt and grass. Did they do that?
Yes. They seem to have emerged from the ground.
Gonna walk over and just keep his hand towards his back where he's keeping his pistol. And just walk towards it and look down towards the disturbed earth.
You can see that the earth looks like it kind of dug up from the inside out. So there's some dirt piled around a central area. The ground is still, for the most part, level. It doesn't look like there's a tunnel or anything going down, but it does look like in the process of emerging from the ground, as you've seen them do before, it was a little bit more of a violent emergence, as if they had thrashed at the earth as they had come out.
Ravi, when this happened, was this when the larger group came through? Or was this a different... It was? Okay. 2 or 3 days.
3 days for the evening, 2 days for the daytime.
Do you have people standing out, kind of keeping an eye on things, or is that what the spotlights are for?
We have watch. Usually 2 individuals on opposite sides of the bunker, keeping in touch by radio. The spotlights are simply to illuminate the surrounding area so that, again, we are not caught off guard if they were to emerge.
Gonna look around again and make eye contact back with him. You guys still feel safe here?
For the most part, we don't believe that they discovered anything of intelligence or importance. We have not been struck again since. So we believe if they knew that we were here, they'd continue their assault. But no, I don't believe we are threatened yet. Besides, where would we go?
That was going to be my next thing, is finding you guys a better spot. Although a bunker is a hard one to beat. So
it's meant to withstand tornadoes and hurricanes.
Yeah. Any other weird things come through here?
Nothing that we know of, although there was a report of a farm that was ravaged a week ago or so. All of the livestock killed, and the owners weren't on the premises. They believed it was a wild animal attack, but with these creatures moving around, we couldn't help but think it might be linked to that somehow.
Linked, yeah, but not as directly as you think.
Gives a curious furrowing of his brow.
Ravi, I got one. I wanted to make sure you guys were okay, but I got some questions that I'm hoping you can help me with.
Of course. Why don't you come in? He turns and starts walking down the path towards the bunker itself.
Do a quick look and then follow him down.
As you approach the bunker, you see that they have put some netting that seems to have a lot of grasses and leaves attached to it that they've draped over the bunker itself. It looks like they've also piled up a lot of the sand and dirt around the sides of the bunker, and that the spotlights seem to be about 10 or 15 feet away, with large cords that lead towards the entrance of the bunker. Most of it buried beneath the earth, but you can see where it goes into the ground and where it emerges from the ground near the bunker, and that there's a switch there that, when thrown, causes the lights to come on. As you approach, two other individuals, seemingly draped in what look like ghillie suits, stand on either side of the bunker doors, and they reach over and grab the handles of the doors, pulling them open as Ravi and you approach, and Ravi begins going down the stairs.
Yeah, you guys have definitely made some improvements, and he'll follow down the stairs, looking at the two guys in the ghillie suits and then heading down.
Going down into the bunker, you see that there are several bunk beds that have been erected, look like they're made out of IKEA furniture, and that there's also some sleeping bags laid out on the ground. Further towards the back of the bunker, there are crates and supplies, and it seems like a small kitchen area with a little heating plate, a hot plate for cooking in pots or possibly ramen on. There are several individuals scattered throughout. Some of them are asleep on the cots, whereas others are sitting nearby talking or reading or playing cards. People of all ages and all origins. It's such a melting pot of culture that there's hard to tell the similarities between all of them, but by the way they treat each other, there's a familiarity.
Quite the community you got here. It's really cool.
We need to keep everyone safe as best as we can. We're still always on the lookout for others, but we found quite a few so far.
I'd say your numbers have nearly doubled since the last time I was here.
Well, we did have some others come in from the Orlando area and some as far south as Miami.
Wow. I didn't know you had that kind of reach.
We're all connected in the same place.
Yeah. He'll find a spot, take a seat. All right. First, what you're doing is great. This is very impressive. The issue at the barn, that wasn't those creatures that came by a few days ago, wasn't us, and it wasn't the leeches. It's a creature called a Camazotz. Are you familiar with the term?
Well, it has Mayan and Incan ancestry.
It's a man bat. Another changing breed.
Yes, we know of these. It was believed that they all died out some time ago.
Yeah. Recently got woken up beginning of the year. And we're working on we're trying to help it where we can. Its mind is elsewhere. It seems there's a lot going on, and it's trying to be good, but there's voices that are telling it to do other things.
See. Well, first, I did not know creatures from extinction could be brought back, although if the dodo bird can come back, anything can.
Yeah.
But these voices, can you tell me more about it?
Yeah. So he says that he heard a loud scream, a screech, and he hears it more and more often. When myself and a packmate went out to go retrieve, that's a whole nother story. Went and saw this man bat. He drew on the wall a white bat constantly, over and over and over again. It's saying that there's a scream, a screech that happened. And then during his transformation, he unfortunately took the life of his children and his partner, which is not unfamiliar to us as Garou. That unfortunately does happen more often than we'd like. But there's something that just keeps telling him he's hungry and he has to feed, and it's just this constant need of fulfillment. When we were coming back from the deep Umbra and he got back, he told us that he was going to go have a cow. Based on the appetite and the overall size, figured that was fair. Then come to hear that he had more than just a cow, he had several, and the whole farm, basically. I think there's a horse involved as well.
See, it's quite an appetite. Are you sure it's not a leech?
No, I don't believe it is.
There are some stories that believe that the two are intertwined, that the leeches are actually descendants of the man bats.
There's just something different about it. I don't get the same sense from him that I do from leeches. I wouldn't say it's kinship, but it's definitely not that gross feeling that I get with leeches.
See, this voice talking about consumption, could it be some sort of possession?
Could be. The bat itself is representation, the patron of the bat. It's with the pack called the a tribe called the Black Spiral Dancers. But the white bat, that's a whole nother thing too. The white bat is something that's different. It's derived from and separated. This family tree is weird. I know.
It's nothing unlike the Fae and the Dreaming. We all have strange origins. A red cap, for example, is not similar to myself. Or a
I've
satyr.
heard stories. Not. I met someone like a satyr. I met a deer lady. She's a huntress. She hunts wicked men.
Interesting. Cannot say I've encountered such a being before.
She was interesting. That night that we met with the Camazotz, my pack mate and I, we were actually on our way to find another one of the pack, and she was present, was actually able to help us track down where we needed to go. She was able to traverse into the Umbra and then further into the deeper Umbra
A guide.
with ease. Yeah.
Similar to us. As Ishu.
Yeah. I keep running into guides.
Well, you are a watcher.
Yes.
A conduit of greater energies beyond yourself. They're drawn to you, as I was. Although, I was drawn to you for different reasons, of course.
Right. That one was more like thrust upon into your direction.
Yes.
In the dreaming, do you see other changing breeds in there?
No, not for some time. But the other
Okay.
changing breeds were banished from the dreaming and the sundering.
So it wasn't just the Garou, it was everyone.
Yes.
In any of your past lives, have you ran into any other changing breeds?
Well, there were the Ratkin.
Yeah, heard that they might be showing up here soon too.
Oh. Be mindful. They are curious and don't necessarily understand the means of boundaries, which have become so popular these days.
So like rat. Got it.
I suppose so. There were also great lions once upon a time.
Okay.
And bears.
Oh my.
Yes.
How about the were-gators, Rokia?
Mokale?
That's it. Yeah.
We have heard of them. In fact, we had wondered if perhaps they had originated on our side, as we have seen some that take the shape of dragons and mystical creatures. It was disproven eventually, but we could believe that there was some influence. Perhaps some fey magic in their origins.
Okay. You guys were good terms at some point?
Many generations ago.
There's one that dwells in the swamps not too far from here.
Oh.
We are, with these different changing breeds coming up, we're trying our best to have some form of truce with what's going on. It seems that a lot of the Garou of the past were swindling, tricky with a lot of them, and so they're very
Yes.
slow to trust. And as you know, with you, your people, we didn't treat you all very well.
Everyone develops at their own pace, I suppose.
We're working on it.
It's interesting that they would have all of the different kinds come together. Do you have any insight into that?
To an extent. When you showed me Turtle and the way that they're lost, that they're stuck, that has a big part to play in what pretty sure is going on.
See.
There was, when the place that we call home was opened, there was something else that happened. I'm not sure what, that pushed through more than here, more than the Umbra, it reached out. And there's some type of call, there's a scream, there's something that are making these changing breeds come out of hiding or even come back.
Well,
With
this particular area is a crossing point for many fields of energy, ley lines.
right.
That does tend to call to the more mythical and mystical things. That's why there were so many of us drawn to this area. Could it be that there is some parallel there?
I don't see why not. The way that the ley lines work, the way that spirits work, is that they are drawn to those areas where it's easier to maneuver. It makes sense. But why that call went out, other than the fact of Turtle being lost?
Well, Turtle's disappearance has been for ages now. Many lifetimes. Although, in the grand scheme of things, it is a short period of time for those such as I, but why now?
Right.
Well, I suppose stranger things have happened. You arrived in the dreaming, something that your fellows have not been able to do. Our father sought you out. Perhaps there is a convergence, an event happening.
Could be. Just wish I knew how the event ended.
Well, these things tend to end the same way every time. In fire.
In some ways, fire is seen as destruction. It's brought up as a way of eradicating, but fire is also a sign of rebirth. So I'm going to try and be on the more positive side of that fire.
Probably for the best. But the fire I speak of is the former. Destruction. These things, as wonderful as they are, they don't tend to last. Yes, you'll find similarities or find reasons to bind together. Whether it's in your lifetime or lifetimes to come. Greed, envy, jealousy, a desire to control. They always find their way in. It's human nature.
If this is something that has happened in the past that ends with fire, the aftermath of that, how have your people progressed from it, moved forward?
We've avoided it. When the sundering happened, while there has been debates, questions over potentially undoing what was done, of opening the dreaming once more, but it always was for naught. It was always shot down. Possibly for good reason. A crack in the wall will slowly become a flood. It slowly breaks away at the barrier. And while some may see your emergence within the dreaming as that crack, we've managed to maintain the secrecy of it as best as possible. Thus why we avoided the cities.
I'm personally kind of big on the city, but I understand.
Not these cities, my friend.
Understood. Ravi, as Garou, we fight to help keep Gaia. We're trying to stop the apocalypse, the world from ending. Do these other changing breeds fight for something similar, or are they fighting for something different?
For most, the fight has always been the same, as far as our understandings of it go. They all, in their own way, are fighting to survive, to preserve. I suppose it's a fight we all take part in our own way. We are fighting to survive, for the end brings about the end of us. Once we are destroyed, there is no coming back, no further lifetimes, no rebirth. But, as I said, everything ends in fire. Eventually. So are you only delaying the inevitable?
That's been a constant thing at almost every moot that I've been at. There's a conversation about that. It's like, it's going to happen. If it means that we can prolong it and give life, provide a life to people here just a little bit longer, we're willing to do that fight. If balance is what we're trying to bring back.
The issue you run into is everyone has a different perspective on how that balance can be maintained or brought about, even amongst the various Farah. The Mokale, they don't worship Gaia, they worship the sun. Much like you, the Garou, have a fondness for the moon. Those are two very opposing viewpoints.
They are.
Even if they are hoping for the same outcome, they are going to have differing opinions about how it is to happen, how it should be done. And always the question of who leads when all is said and done comes to the forefront. The Garou have always believed it should be them. Thus your war.
It has to do a lot with how things are written for us. And the laws, the rules that we have. And just the way things are passed on. We're trying something different here. If we can get it to work.
If the rules were right, why are you still fighting? Why aren't you winning?
That's why we're changing parts of it. We still have to stay within some type of walls of it. I'm not really the guy for this. I can get you someone who knows this stuff a lot better than I do. She'll talk. She'll be very excited about it, and she'll go into great detail about the rules and the laws and stuff. But basically, there's walls, and the walls can be bent a little bit and spread. but there's a path that has to be walked. But our fearless leader is trying to find how far those walls can bend.
There isn't just one path. The belief may be there that there is a singular path to follow, but all roads have forks. All roads lead different directions. They will split eventually. There is no singular path. Even if it's not now, eventually there will be a time where they diverge.
I feel like they have in the past. There's been a lot of falling outs with the nation. Those forks that you speak of.
Everyone is going to have their own motivations, their own desires. At first, they may seem selfless. They may have good intention. But they may not be shared. Your kind have more than just a singular influence. You have Gaia, as you call her, but you also have your patrons. Even the spirits don't have a shared belief. They have their own motivations like people do, their own desires. And sometimes those desires don't align with what Gaia wants, what Gaia needs. So which voice do you listen to? The one in your head, the one in your heart, the one in your gut? Or one of the many other voices surrounding you? Because all these voices speak different languages.
You're right. It's hard to decipher what's all going on, but when it comes down to listening to the voice, it's usually the one that you call truest to yourself is what I would recommend to follow for you. Now, there are times where there are people who are going to say otherwise, and as we've seen with a lot of people and other creatures.
Is what's true to you today the same as it was before you changed?
That's not a fair question.
But it's an honest one.
It is. A lot changed when the change occurred.
A lot will continue to change.
Well, let's try to keep adapting then. Much like how you guys are adapting quickly to the current circumstances in the area.
This is more of a survival and necessity. Believe it or not, even amongst our kind, we have our own politics. There are the houses, like Balor, like we spoke of, the Eye. They are a house. Ishu is not a house. Ishu is a lineage. So there are members of the Ishu who are wrapped up in these house politics. The houses are often led by some great and powerful she. But even amongst our kind, we don't all agree.
How is Ishu viewed in these house politics.
With respect and suspicion, Ishu is the guide, the trailblazer, the one who knows the Silver Path better than most. So it is considered bad luck to turn away an Ishu. But of course, that comes with a great, heavy amount of suspicion. What are our intentions? What is it we wish for? Are we simply supplying the information we gained from your house to your enemies, and vice versa? We are wanderers.
I'd hope you're not relaying information to my enemies.
Our enemies are the same.
Yes. Like, that wouldn't bode well for either one of us.
No.
Ravi, I love our chats because I come in here thinking that I'm going to get a couple answers, and I do. You do very well, but when I end up leaving here, my brain hurts with all the different paths that you provide me.
It's our nature.
I was forewarned. Is there anything additional that I can do for you, though? If you're needing a new place, just let me know.
I will. For the time being, we seem to be in a stable space. Some of our hunters went out after the passing horde to see if we could gain some more information about them. What we could learn to see how great a threat they were to our bunker, our home. We found a convergence of them, a collection, a place that they all seemed to retreat to. In hopes that they were not passing information back, our hunters destroyed the convergence.
There are different places, different hives that have been around the area that are being taken out, that have been eradicated, not by us.
I can only speak to one of them.
We have no knowledge of the other. Like, you've only taken care of one.
Yes.
Can you roughly give me an idea how far from here that convergence was?
Certainly. It was
Okay.
about a mile away to the north.
I'm gonna pull out his phone real quick as a note and get a message for Charles set up and prepped. Sorry, I gotta just letting someone know about it. He has a real fondness for hunting them also.
See, we have heard of battles happening nearby. We can smell the smoke of burning flesh and, well, I suppose biomaterial of some sort.
Some of them could have been them, but someone else is taking out these places that isn't us. So I was just curious on friend or foe, or just another person that has a a similar enemy.
Something strange and unusual pops up. If not careful, it can draw attention. People fear what they do not understand or know. That's why all of our societies keep to the shadows. We must, because will they ever truly understand us? Or will they just fear us? why when a changeling experiences a rebirth, they don't remember often their past lives. I am one of few capable of remembering, but others start over again, like a clean slate.
Parts of that sound kind of nice.
Yes and no.
Yeah.
You cannot remember what you've learned in the past. How can you use it to assist you in your survival?
True. If I come across any additional information about things going on in the area, I will pass it on so you are aware.
Thank you. And we will continue to remain vigilant. And if we are able to assist to the best of our ability, we will.
When the Balor issue gets taken care of, I will be calling for the help with Turtle.
I've already told you it is yours.
I know.
Father has promised it as well.
Thank you. It seems like a lot of weight lifted, hopefully, when that happens.
Hope so as well. And I hope that this is the dawn of a new era for our peoples, and perhaps an understanding can be sought. But history has told me it will end the same. But maybe not this time.
Maybe that fork will happen and we'll blaze a new path.
Would be nice.
All right. Well, I won't keep you any longer. I thank you for answering what questions I have.
Of course. And if you ever have others, please feel free to visit again.
I will. Is there like a secret knock or something I can do when I show up, or your ghillie guys? I don't like shooting me or stabbing me or something because I don't want to, get all angry or something.
Actually, he gets up from the table and walks over to one of the crates and opens it up and starts rummaging through. And then he pulls out what looks to be a recorder flute, like one of the plastic recorders kids are given in school. He walks over, bringing the recorder to his lips, and blows out a simple melody, about 3 notes. And then he passes you the recorder and shows you the fingerings of the notes. This will give you better access, less suspicion. However, your vehicle is very noisy and will tend to put us on high alert.
Fair. Okay. I'll put this in one of the saddlebags and I'll Peter Pan you and let you know that I'm that I'm here.
Good.
I'll hold it up. Thanks, Ravi. I love the gift.
My pleasure. He stands up and leads you through the bunker to the doors again. You are brought out to the path that you walked in on. Please take care of yourself. Take care of Father.
I'll do what I can. Are you okay if I take a couple pictures of just the ground itself?
Oh, please.
Walk over, take a couple pictures, and then send it to the pack, and then let them know the information about up north, about a mile from here, is a convergence site of a bunch of dead. Turn back around. Again, need anything, just let me know.
We will. More food would be good. Some of our other members have a voracious appetite.
Okay. Anything in particular?
Sustainable. Refrigeration is not easy. We have a few cooler chests, but we always have to run out and get ice.
All right. I'll get it taken care of. I'll get a truck and I'll bring another fresh load of food for you.
Thank you. He raises a hand as he turns and moves back towards the bunker doors. The guards in ghillie suits close the doors, and as they back away from the doors, they seem to almost vanish into the tall grass surrounding the bunker. Left alone in the field, the lights of the bunkers shutting off. What's going through your mind as you make your way back towards your motorcycle?
Ravi's perspective on people and how everyone has different opinions, but everything keeps repeating that there's the fire, that all of this ends in flame. But that part also, that paths diverge, that new things come up all the time. Is there any way that I can make us turn that path so it doesn't end in flame again? Is the path that we're on currently the one that is going to make it so we don't have to deal with the end in flame, or is he on the one that brings them into ruin?
Allies from the world of darkness are the most frustrating allies to have at times, as their answers tend to lead to more questions, different insights, different opinions, different beliefs. We transition now to our final scene of the first half of tonight's story. Aspen, you found sleep to come a little bit more difficult the past few nights, especially since you've often gone to bed alone and woken up alone. Usually finding Artie at his desk working. Maybe he'll come to bed to get you to sleep, but he's always gone when you wake. And then there's the smell. That strange scent that has bored itself into your brain, telling you different directions, different locations. It's always there now, ever since the rite was activated. It's just a constant. So, with all of this in mind, you know it's time to seek out Larry. And you decide to make Artie take a break from his work to come with you, as Charles has been busy at the cairn tending to your new guest. And Jester is busy with the bikers and, of course, Alexander as well. This gives you a moment for just the two of you without the same distractions, as you have made the drive up to the hunting grounds you were given by Antonia. So as you pull over in Regina off to the side of what looks to be a dirt path that cars have driven down, knowing that you don't want to approach too close for fear it might send him running if he was alerted to your presence, you park closer to the road, the main road you came in on. At this point, Artie kills the engine and climbs out of Regina, walking around to open your door for you. Okay, so this is the place. far as we know.
Or as the nose tells me, I guess.
You get any better idea from here?
I could try and figure it out.
Give me a wits and investigation.
3.
As you take a deep breath in, the scent that you have determined to be Larry is stronger here and much more recent. Whereas you were following a vague scent that led you towards the house, now you have a definitive compass point in the direction of where you believe Larry to be. Anything?
She'll she'll close her eyes, take in a breath. It's really strong here. And she'll kind of point at her nose and that way.
We're going hiking. Hooray.
You needed to get out of the house.
Artie looks down at his sneakers and his cargo shorts. Yeah, of course. Let's get to it then. The two of you begin walking into the woods, the sounds of leaves crunching underneath your feet, as well as the occasional branches. It's pretty here, and while fall doesn't have the same effect as it does in some of the northern states, especially where you come from, you could definitely tell that fall has begun. There's a difference, even with the heavy humidity and the heat still beating down. It started to get cooler. There is definitely a change in the air, in nature. You walk for a good 15 minutes following your nose, but you could tell that there's still some distance to go. Artie has fallen maybe a step behind you, letting you take the lead so as not to get off track.
She'll turn around. Well, come on, Slowpoke. Not waiting for you forever.
Okay. You've got the nose for this. This is way out of my comfort zone, he says, looking around the trees.
Just like hiking up to the cairn.
Yeah, and I love that every single time.
Well, you've been doing it a lot lately with all the work you've been doing.
Takes
Got
a
me
deep
fooled.
breath in and lets it out slowly. Thought the Moonbridge business would be a simple, direct line. It's a lot more complicated. I don't want it to get screwed up because I don't want us to get lost out there. I've heard stories about Garou getting lost off the bridge if they didn't open it correctly or the right wasn't done right. I want to make sure we have the best map possible. I know how much we're relying on this iron, and I don't want it to get screwed up.
I get it. It's a lot on everyone's shoulders lately. But you gotta stop working at some point. Worried about your sleep.
I'll sleep when it's over.
I remember someone talking a little bit similar not so very long ago.
You lead us. You make the important decisions. You contribute in so many ways that I can't even begin to list, let alone comprehend. You've grown so much throughout this whole process, and I think back to when you were in utter denial of being a Garou. Now look at you, leading a new nation of Garou. Growing nation at that. Not just Garou either, it seems. I need to make sure that I'm contributing in a similar way. Because I don't want the failure of all of this to be because I didn't do enough or try hard enough. I don't want to let you down.
Well, you can never let me down. At the end of the day, with all this crazy, I know I have you, so it's really all I need.
I want to make sure that lasts as long as possible.
Me too. But I know I've been working really hard lately. And there was a time where roles were reversed. And it became a lot for us.
Yeah. I'll try to pace myself better. And it's only for a little bit longer. They're supposedly attacking the mines now. Hopefully, we'll get word soon that they're ready to deliver. It's just didn't used to be so overwhelming and insurmountable when it was just leeches, or even before that when it was just me trying to survive. Now it's a lot. I don't need to tell you that. I don't want what happened before to happen to us again. I don't. And it won't.
Can you promise that?
I can promise this. I'm always putting you first in everything that I do. I know I should say something altruistic, like I'm doing it for Gaia or for the pack or the Sept or the good of mankind for Tampa, but really, I do it all for you. For us, for what comes hopefully next.
Well, what I need is for you to be present, for you to come to bed and stay in bed, for you to not work yourself into pills upon pills just to keep you awake.
He subconsciously puts a hand on his pocket and then kind of pulls the hand away. It's just temporary.
When it becomes not temporary, we talk about it.
Okay. I found in all of this change it's a lot harder than it was. I thought it would be. coming back and settling in and finding all of this change and all of this disarray. I just feel like there needs to be some stability. I mean, with the other pack. Okay. If it becomes a problem, we'll talk about it.
And you know it's not like this because you left, right?
No, I know. I know that needed to happen, and I'm grateful that it did because we learned a lot. I learned a lot. And some of that knowledge I gained is the knowledge we're going to need. It's
Yeah,
just
especially
all different now. So much is different now. I kind of sometimes yearn for the simpler times when it was just a group of us in the back shop of a weird occult store.
not knowing a thing of what we're doing. Look at how much has changed, she says sarcastically.
Yeah. Just feels heavier now. We're responsible for what happens to not just ourselves, not just our city, but what happens to the other pack, what happens to this dream, this nation.
Yeah.
I think it's our best shot at having any success, but also it's our biggest responsibility to keep it going, because if it doesn't, things are going to go back to the way they were. And I've seen what it's like out there, the way it is. It's not good. They're divided more than ever.
Yeah, it's a lot. And it doesn't seem like we're gonna get a lot more help in all of it, which makes it even more frustrating and debilitating in some ways. But we've keep figuring it out.
Yeah, we do.
And what are we gonna do when everything is boring and we're just sitting at home doing absolutely nothing and nobody calls us at midnight telling us they're going on a little trip? Charles doesn't knock on our door angry about Jester's new adventure, or Jason doesn't get a new, I don't know, blood chemical disease that we have to figure out. Then
Don't
what do we
forget the
do?
possession too. The
Right.
I really look forward to those days. I want them more than anything. I want us to go on a vacation. I want us to not do anything.
Well, that's the dream. That's what we're working for.
We'll get there. We have to.
Couple of steps at a time, couple of, whether those are forward or backwards, we're still moving.
Thankfully, it's been a lot more forward lately than backward.
Yeah, it does seem that way. I mean, with everything going on, sometimes it's hard to see the perspective in all of it, but there's not been a whole lot of backwards.
You're doing really good. I'm so proud of you. I'm just amazed by you every day. And I will make you proud.
I already am proud. You're the best part of this.
You are too. Okay. Just trying not to think about all the things to do when we get back. let's find a baby werewolf, shall we?
There's
Like
plenty
we
of time to talk about all of that, when we get back. Yeah, let's focus on the baby.
Speaking of which, how do you want to do this? How do you want to approach this?
I think that's what I'm coming to learn is there's no real way of approaching this. Everybody has their different reactions and their different feelings and their wants and needs after this. That's why I think you're the perfect person to come with me, honestly. Where I lack in some of the emotional intellect, that's what I've got your help for.
Yeah, I think that biggest thing to remember going into this is that he was told in advance that it was coming. So he had the foreknowledge of not wanting this and still getting it regardless. And if what Lucas said was true, his biggest fear was hurting somebody, and he did.
Yeah, I don't imagine it's going to be easy, but I think if anybody can relate, it's you and I.
We are the most suitable for it, aren't we?
Unfortunately.
Well, Jester's got the bat, so I'll take the puppy any day. I don't even know where to begin with that.
Technically, I have both, but that comes with the territory.
That is so true. Okay. I brought a few things. Water, snacks. Hopefully he's good, but also brought a new phone, a burner phone for him, because can't at least get him to come back with us. Maybe we can at least get him to stay in touch.
Absolutely. I just want him to feel like he's in a place that he's comfortable after all is said and done. I'm not gonna bombard him with the Garou of it all. I just want to make sure he's okay.
You take the lead, and you let me know if you need me to say anything or step in.
Things get dicey. I need a hand, but
Well, at least there's two of us, and we're older and stronger than him. So, worst comes to worst, we will pin him to the ground and tell him to accept it.
that's plan
F.
D. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll
That's
go
just
F.
an utter failure at that point. He reaches out and he takes your hand, gives you a smile and leans in and gives you a kiss on the cheek. It's going to be okay. I'll be okay. I just want it to be done.
I get it. And I love you. And I'm here for you.
Love you too. The two of you continue into the woods as you pick up the scent and follow it. About a good another half hour to 45 minutes later, you spot out in the woods an old pickup truck. Looks like it's got rust and paint chipping on the side, but otherwise it seems to be in good maintenance shape. You can tell that there's new tires on it. Tell that all of the mechanical parts seem to look good. Artie even comments that it reminds him a lot of Regina. But as you're approaching, give me a wits and awareness.
One.
Okay. You can smell the scent has concentrated here. This is it. He's here somewhere. But as you're looking over the area, you see that there's a place where a campfire was burning, although it looks like it's been out as it's daytime. You can see that there is camping supplies in the back of the truck. And then beyond the truck, you can see a tent erected, and that this campground has been fairly used. As you walk a little further in to go investigate the campground, suddenly Artie shoves you to the ground, pushing you out of the way as a crossbow bolt slams into his leg, and he lets out a pained cry as he pushes you over and then drops to the ground.
I'll immediately kind of like stumble over to him, hearing him yell, assess the crossbow bolt, see if I could see where it came from, but while also like looking at the wound kind of back and forth.
As you're examining the wound, it doesn't look like it's going to be too detrimental. The bolt will have to be removed, but Garou healing should be able to take over. There doesn't appear to be any silver associated with the bolt. It just looks like a standard hunting crossbow bolt. Artie points over in the direction that it came from, and as you look, you see up in the tree, up above, an unusual patch of camouflage, like a deer blind, up in the tree. Go away.
I'll get up off the floor, put my hands kind of up by my head. Larry, I just want to talk. I just want to make sure you're okay. I want to talk to you.
What is there to talk about?
I think you and I both know there's a lot to talk about right now.
I knew this was going to happen. I told them I knew this was going to happen.
I know. Would you be just willing to come down?
Give me a charisma and persuasion. And yes, you can use your beauty.
Just so I know, what is my rage at right now?
I'll say you're at a rage 2 at this moment after being shoved and the crossbow bolt hitting Artie.
Five.
You hear a kind of guttural grumbling as he's mulling over it. But then a moment later, you see a ladder kind of unfurl from the deer blind. And Larry starts to climb down the ladder. He's in a camo vest. He's got a baseball hat on, jeans, boots. He's got a crossbow slung over his shoulder. Looks like one of those modern hunting crossbows, as well as what looks to be a quiver of crossbow bolts on his hip. As he gets to the ground, he looks warily at the two of you, but makes his way over towards the campfire and starts throwing a few logs on and getting ready to light it. Well,
I walk over kind of silently, looking back at Artie, feeling kind of bad that he's struck in the leg, but I've got to focus on Larry. So she kind of does this like double take until she moves over to where Larry is at the fireplace and find a spot, maybe a log where she can kind of sit on.
yeah, you can see that there's a stump that he's clearly been sitting on, but there's also a fallen log nearby that you're able to kind of pop a squat on. Sorry, I shot him.
He'll be
supposed to
okay.
be a warning shot, and
He'll be okay. It'll heal just fine.
I don't know what's supposed to happen now. Am I in trouble? Did I do something wrong?
No, you're not in trouble, not at all. Not even a little bit. I really did just come here to make sure physically and harder, mentally and emotionally, you're okay.
Mentally and emotionally. No amount telling me what was going to happen helped. I have never been so triggered in my life. And as I was trying, as it was happening, I tried to get away. Tried to calm down, then I just saw red.
Yeah. First time it happens, it's hard to control, hard to stop yourself from hurting people around you, people you might care about. And knowing about it and not being able to do anything to stop it is like timesing when your mom calls while you're at school telling you you're going to be in big trouble when you get home and you have to walk that whole road home and know that you're going to get it when you get home, but times that by 1,000. I get it. I understand.
I don't know what to do about my mom. I was so afraid to even go home, and she caught me trying to sneak out with the truck. She asked me where I was going. I didn't even know how to tell her where I was going, what I was doing. I can't let this happen again. I can't. Not with her. Not with any of them.
I think for some time you'll want to figure this out before you see a lot of them. And I get that. And that's probably what's for the best. But that doesn't change everything that's happened around it and the fear and the reluctance and all of that comes with it. It is unfathomable what you just went through.
You've been through it.
He's
been through it, and all the rest of you have been through it. What about this makes it worth it? How am I not to believe that I'm a monster now?
She'll find a larger stick, kind of break it, one that's more dry, stick it into the fire, kind of helping him stoke it, looking into it, not making a whole lot of eye contact with him, letting him kind of be busy with his hands or however he wants to be in the moment. And when I became what we are, when I became a Garou, when I changed for the first time, I was in the woods with my then fiance was supposed to be, I guess. Finding out in hindsight is a funny thing. But through, I don't know, not paying attention, enjoying each other's company, there was a bear. I guess we were encroaching on its territory or what have you. I don't know. There was someone who was much better at explaining the nature of it all. He tried to explain it to me right afterwards, which we won't get into. But it attacked, and I was scared, and I didn't know what to do, and the only thing that I could think of was to fight back. And in that moment, everything boiled up. All of the fear, the anger, the not knowing what to do, and I lost control. And I came back to, and my fiance was lifeless on the ground, and I had no idea what had happened. I a similar truck, and I took it, and I drove home bloody naked with just a blanket on.
Yeah, the
I had no
naked part
idea.
wasn't fun.
No, it's not. It's not fun. And I was in denial. I thought it was someone else, something else, anything else, and then thought it was me, and I murdered the person I thought I was going to love for the rest of my life. And I distanced myself, and I hated every part of that part of me, every part of it, until I met some people. I met Aiden, who's a whole different story. And he taught me some things, and I learned some things. But for a lot longer than most, I still hated every part of it. I moved to Tampa because I didn't want to deal with it. But it has a way of finding you no matter how much you avoid it. And it's awful, and it is terrible, and it feels like your world is ripped apart and ripped away from you for the rest of your life. And it's
This
not
is
true.
supposed to be a pep talk. You're really shitting the bed right now.
We're getting there. But it's not true. You can still have the life that you had before, but then you have another life. You have a life where you meet wonderful people. You meet a pack that you belong to, and you have a whole new family. You learn that there's so much you can do to help the world, to help Gaia, to help people that are down on their luck and people who can't help themselves. You have the ability now where you didn't have it before. And your life isn't going to be exactly what it was before. There are things that you're going to have to keep secrets about. There are people you can't talk to about certain things, and it's weird and it's strange, and and you have to adjust. But I tell you that getting to be about a part of this and help people and know that you can make a difference with everything you have and everything you've lost, it's worth it.
I don't know. I'm just a biker kid from Tampa. I'm not special. I'm not here to save the world. I was just trying to help, trying to make my dad proud. And I hurt somebody. As much of an asshole, I mean, he's probably dead. I don't. Is he dead?
He's in the hospital. He's hurt, but he's alive.
I always prided myself on having good self-control. When I'd see others get into fights at the bar, over the stupidest things. I wasn't one of those people. But now I don't know if I'm going to lose it at a moment's notice. And everything is so overwhelming. Everything's brighter. Everything smells. Everything's too loud.
We can help you with that. I can get you somewhere where it's a little bit easier.
What about the club? That's my whole life.
Can I let you in on a little secret?
Like you haven't been?
Well, it's not quite a secret when Lucas got to tell you all the good stuff.
Didn't sound good at the time.
Well, he has a terrible way of making anything sound good, I can tell you that. Bruce. He knows. He's someone you can talk to.
After I destroyed the place?
When I talked to him, he was just worried about whether or not you were okay. And he knows about us. He may not know everything. He's kind of just getting clued in as things go along as well. But he knows. And it's somebody you can talk to, somebody you've known for a while. Even when you feel like you can't talk to us, the ones, the Garou.
When I was growing up, he was Uncle Bruce. And I remember after I saw Finding Nemo for the first time, I'd always talk in a really bad Australian accent around him just to see if I could piss him off.
Did it work?
Let's just say I've been a prospect a really long time at this point. But I don't blame him for it. I know he wants to keep me safe and he feels responsible about my dad, and I know he cares, but I don't want to hurt him too. I don't want to hurt any of them. I don't know what causes this to happen. I mean, it was so stupid and trivial.
The thing about us is we feel, just like you smell more, you see more, you also feel a lot more, especially rage, anger. You feel that way more than you would have before. And for you saying you pride yourself on control, that was me too. And it's just a lot stronger. You feel everything.
Jester and Lucas came in and they started talking about all the scary things out there in the world. I just thought they were like some sort of do-gooder neighborhood watch thing.
They have a, they tend to really push the I guess vigilante superhero of it all, because I think that's what Lucas likes. And well, Jester is just somebody who just wants to save everyone, and I don't blame her.
We're not gonna save everyone.
We're not. We can't. It's not reality.
So how does it work? I mean, how did you even find me?
That's a new thing for me. I won't get into all the details, but I sniffed you out like a bloodhound. It's one of the things I can do recently.
I can't even begin to understand. It's so stinky out here. Like I can smell all of the leaves and the trees and animals, and that's
Yeah,
just here.
you get used to it. It's kind of like when you have a cold and you can finally breathe again and everything just smells so much, but then eventually your senses kind of go back to normal. You get used to it.
How am I supposed to go back after this? I'm fine. You can tell Bruce that I'm fine, that I'm sorry. How am I supposed to go back? There's going to be so many questions. There's going to be so many. Maybe I should do like you did and start over somewhere else.
No, I'm stupid. I'd like to pretend like I'm smart, but I'm dumb in a lot of ways. I promise you that. It's going to be a lot, and it's all going to be a learning curve, but you have, weirdly enough, you have me, you have Jester, you have the rest of us that I hope I could bring you to meet when you're feeling up to it. But I mean, officially meet in the whole pack Garou step type way, which we'll get into the logistics of everything way later. But you'll have us, you'll have people around you that'll help you and quell rumors and get you back talking with your mom and back at the biker club. You'll have a sense of a normal life. It won't, I can't promise you it'll be exactly what it was before, but you won't lose any of that.
I feel like I already am losing it. Like I'm losing me. This isn't who I am.
It's a part of who you are. We're of the same moon, which everyone has a different moon and there's different parts of it. Um, I don't want to bombard you with all of the Garou of it all, but I'm a lot like you where I tend to logic things out and see balance in things and the justice in all of it. And I'm not one to be angry or at the front lines, this big, massive, crazy wolf person. But we all have our place and we're all still who we are. We haven't lost that part. It's just we have a new part of us.
The fuck is a Garou?
It's a werewolf. Garou is the proper term. There's a lot of politics around this, which honestly you might end up liking. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Isn't werewolf the proper term?
No, it's Garou. Werewolf is a different term. We prefer Garou.
Oh, so this is it's our word situation.
I guess you could say that. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Seems a little pretentious, but all right.
Well, you'll come to learn very quickly that there's a lot of politics when it comes to us werewolves. But it'll be really boring to talk about right now. We have plenty of time for that.
Can you control it, or is it one of those full moon? It wasn't even a full moon. Like, how does that work?
Okay, so Cliff Notes, the time of your change, the moon, and its position in waxing, waning, crescent, half, full, new. Gives you your auspice, which we're both Philodoxes, which is why I said we're very similar. You changed on a quarter, so you are Philodox. You were like me.
People can change no matter what time. Like, I've been dodging the full moons ever since I've heard about this, like making sure not to go outside. And
Yeah, I think Lucas could have definitely given you some more information about all of that, at least the basics. But no,
give
you
him-
can change. You can change anytime.
I didn't really give him much of a chance. He was trying, and I didn't want to believe it. I couldn't believe it. You really don't believe it until it happens.
Yeah.
When I finally woke up afterwards, I wanted to believe it was all a dream, a nightmare. But waking up naked in the woods, it's like every bad movie they've ever made about Garou.
The cliches that they keep in media. It's not the ones that I would have picked for us, but
Just worried I hurt anybody else. I don't know what happened after that. I know I was angry and I just wanted to get away from everyone and everything. I
yeah.
ran just as far as I could.
You'll learn to control parts of yourself when you shift, because technically you can turn into just a regular wolf. You can do the big scary movie. Yeah, and then you can be a larger wolf or kind of a bigger human version of yourself.
So it's a spectrum.
There is a spectrum, and you'll learn to control all of them and how to be a part of each of them, and you'll learn to control your feelings, your rage. You can actually do a lot with it. You can learn a lot of things when you find that control. And to be honest, we can do a lot of really, really cool shit.
Take your word for it. Doesn't feel very cool.
Yeah, no, not at first. Sometimes in between, also not. But that's just like being a human. Some days suck, some days are really good. That part doesn't change too much.
So what's with the whole vigilante thing? Like, why did you guys come to us? Why all of this? Why are you all gathered here? Why?
So, Garou werewolves are chosen by Gaia, which, if you don't know, is like a fancy word for, I guess you could say, Mother Nature, the world, Earth. Gaia chooses us because there's a war for her survival, for her to live. And I know it sounds crazy, but the human side of it is the corruption, the toxic waste, the pollution we do to it. Not only affects the world that you see, the reality that you see, but there are spirits. There's even more to Gaia than the human experience. There's spirits, there's all sorts of, we'll get into Banes, but they're corrupt spirits that want to hurt. There's the worm, which is out of balance. That's doing the corruption to Gaia. Like I said, it's very complicated and you're gonna get a headache.
So it's like
But
Greenpeace on steroids?
I want to say you're wrong, but no, yep, that's about it.
And ghosts. Lots and lots of ghosts.
And other things.
How do you even fight a ghost?
There's a few ways. There's a mirror to your reality that is a separate but parallel world.
Okay, I'm not even ready for this. No, never mind. Then forget I asked.
I'm here to answer your questions, but it doesn't mean that you're not going to have more questions afterwards.
What do you want from me? What do you need me to do? Why'd you come here?
Exactly why I told you. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. I know how hard all of this can be, and I just wanted to make sure that you at least knew somebody was out there for you.
Werewolf therapy.
That's not my job. That's actually the one you shot. Look back at Artie.
At this point, Artie has pulled the bolt out of his own leg and is just kind of staring at Larry as he wraps up his leg. Okay.
What I want from you is nothing. What I would like is maybe if you wanted, you could come back. I could take you to a place where we all are. It's called a cairn. And see the others and learn some more. There's already know Jester and Jace and Charles and
Charles?
yes, Charles.
Like, I get it with Jester and Jace and Lucas. They all looked like, yeah, what you'd expect werewolves to look like. But Charles?
Yep, Charles. He's yeah, there's some of us who don't really fit the Garou vibe of it all. You see me in my work clothes, you wouldn't have guessed. So
No, it was actually strange seeing all of you come in together like some sort of weird superhero team.
like the Breakfast Club. Are you too
That,
young for
yeah.
that?
No,
Okay,
I know the Hughes movies. I was raised right.
okay, good.
In fact, feels like I'm stuck in the 80s sometimes when I go home, but okay. I don't want to hurt anybody. And if it would be
No.
better that I just stay out here by myself.
I can promise you that until you get some training and learn some things, you're not going to hurt anybody in that cairn. There's a old or woman. She like looks around like instinctually. And she, I guarantee you, could whoop your ass and then some.
An old lady?
Yes.
She's been at this a long time then.
Yeah, a lot longer than all of us, that's for sure.
Can we do that? I mean, can we grow old? Can we live a long time? Because I'd expect, I don't know, the fucking monster squad to show up and try to put me in the dirt.
I'm not gonna lie to you, it's not the norm to live for a long time, but hoping to make some changes and maybe that'll change in your Garou lifetime.
At this point, he starts chewing on his thumb. Can I leave if I want to?
Of course you can. I would hope that you would let me know just so I could. I mean, technically, I could just find you, but that feels a little stalkery. So if
Invasive?
right. So I'd rather do this like a cordial, I give you a phone, you can call if you have to leave. That way we can make sure you're safe.
Nobody's gonna believe this.
Well, most of the people you're allowed to talk to about it are already been there, so.
What do you mean allowed to talk to?
Well, you can't just go around telling anybody that you're a Garou, a werewolf. You have to. I thought that. Right. You have to keep that between the ones who know.
I mean, I'm not gonna go to the newspaper or anything, but like, what about Mom?
You can't.
Probably safer if she doesn't know. I just
It
hate
really
keeping
is.
secrets from her. Was
I've
already
learned.
part of one club she didn't like. I might be part of two, and she can't even know about it.
Yeah, it's hard lying to the people you care about, but sometimes keeping secrets to keep them safe is, I guess, the lesser of two evils.
Why did Bruce know? Is he Garou?
Oh, buddy, we're gonna have a lot to talk about. No, he's not. He is something else. He is one of the humans that doesn't flee at the sight of us in anything other than this. The regular wolf, which is called lupus. We'll get into those kind of vocabulary words later.
Was the first werewolf Latin or something?
Probably.
Okay. Because these terms are ridiculous.
It's actually a really good point and something I don't know. We'll have to both get educated on that one.
Caern, lupus. Okay. Um. So he's different. Different enough that he can know. Okay.
Right. And there's not a lot of people like that out there that can know or don't freak out at the knowledge of. So you can't just go around hoping that one of them is, because that gets a little dicey.
Yeah, I suppose it would. Okay. Can I just have like another day or two?
You know what? Yeah, absolutely. Do you mind if we leave? I turned to Artie. We leave a phone with you so we can kind of just check in.
No, that's probably for the best. I should call Mom and tell her I'm all right anyway. Probably
She is
been
worried
worried
about you.
sick. Yeah.
I made a stop by just to see if you were there. She is worried about you, so just giving her a heads up would probably be for the best. And I can let Bruce and all of them know, or I can have somebody else let them know.
Okay. Um, give me a couple days, and then I'll find you. I guess. I just. It's a lot.
It is. And there's a lot more to learn, but we'll take it one step at a time.
Okay. You said we're the same moon,
Yeah,
so that means you're probably going to be the one teaching me a lot of stuff.
hopefully. I do have a lot of extra work, but I'm absolutely open to teach you all of the things. It's kind of my job as your kin seeker, which is the whole nose thing I was telling you about.
Why not?
I was meant to find you. It was destiny. She smirks.
Okay. Sounds reasonable. I can't say it sounds good yet, but I'm sure I'll get there. If you got there, I'll get there, I'm sure. Just nothing's going to be the same after this.
No, it's not. But it can be just as good, if not better.
I thought I knew where I was going. I had a plan. I was ready to live that life, and I don't know how it could still be the same.
I get it. What before I changed, I wanted to be a lawyer and be engaged to the love of my life. And I guess you can tell what happened there.
Aren't you a lawyer?
Yeah, and that guy you shot over there, that's it's the love of my life. See how much has changed?
Okay. Yeah. I'll be in touch.
If you need anything, call me anytime of day.
Okay. Thank you for coming out here. Sorry I shot you.
No, not a problem. Actually, do you mind if I just stick around for a little bit?
Sure. I've actually got some venison if y'all are hungry.
Perfect.
He goes to the back of the truck and opens up a cooler and pulls out some cooking supplies and meat. As the three of you sit and talk and just enjoy the silence, this is where we'll go to break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the second half of tonight's story.
St. Petersburg by Night is brought to you through collaborations with our partnered vendors: Chromatic Creations, Panshi Artista, Ember Fox Dice, Devlin the Bard, Champs Tramps, and Howlin' Hop Tea. Links to our partnered vendors, as well as our Twitch and YouTube channels, can be found on our website, stpeteby.night.com. You can follow St. Pete by Night on all socials with the hashtag St. Pete by Night. If you wish to support our program, you can do so at coffee.com/St. Pete by Night to help keep the stories rolling.
Welcome back. In the first half, we saw Jester check in with Bruce, the leader of the motorcycle club, to see what the path was forward for the gang after the club, was completely destroyed from the inside out, and what their plans were moving forward, considering all the obstacles that lay in their path. Jace went to check in with the Changelings and see how they were faring, and learned that they have started to defend themselves to a certain point, but it also seems that the plants are growing closer, and knowing what's behind the plants, that's not necessarily the best thing for them. And then Aspen finally found Larry, the newly changed Garou, and managed to convince him that becoming a werewolf wasn't necessarily all sunshine and rainbows, but it also wasn't as bad as it seems. and she managed to convince him to come back and visit the Sept and potentially start to learn what it is to be Garou. Here in the second half, we find ourselves at the Cairn in the middle of the woods where Jester and Aspen have gathered together to have an introduction as well as to catch up and have a little bit of one-on-one talk before everything moves forward. So, Jester, Aspen, you set this meeting around dusk, this get-together, knowing that if you're going to have Alexander the Camazotz come out, it's probably going to be more comfortable to do so at night than during the day, considering his nocturnal habits of late. I would say it's probably been a little over a week since Alexander got brought to the Cairn at this point, and that he has settled in, and Eliza has been helping keep him calm, so it's not always glass breaking and shouting as it had been those first couple of days. And as we start at the table with a fire burning nearby in the fire pit, the scene is yours.
Aspen will be kind of nervously rubbing at her shorts. Look to Jester. Okay, I guess this was gonna happen eventually, right?
I mean, yeah, eventually makes sense to do it before, you just randomly run into him.
I don't need like glass or anything thrown at my head as an introduction. That would be a little awkward.
Funnily enough, he doesn't throw glasses. He just knocks them over by accident or gets overly excited and breaks things.
Okay, sure.
I mean, I suppose it's an improvement on me. Like, quite honestly, I owe Charles a big apology for some things I have done in the past.
Well, I just always assume that he deserves it in some way, shape, or form.
I don't know, to get on his damn nerves. That was most of it.
Always a good reason.
How you been?
Good. A lot going on, obviously, but making progress, little steps at a time. How have you been?
Good. Fairly good, I suppose, despite everything going on.
Yeah, I mean, you got like a toddler to take care of. That's a new development.
Was a damn grown man.
Well,
Look
same,
back.
same.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's a lot, honestly.
And you're still feeling okay about the whole truce of it all?
I mean, I'm not happy about it, but I don't think any of us are happy about it. But I understand why it has to happen.
Yeah, and the unknown of how long that's going to stick around is what really worries me. Is I don't want it to be a situation where we lose an upper hand.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said we definitely have to have a plan in place. That either we're prepared for blowback from them or we're ready to strike if we have the opportunity.
And we're finding unfortunate allies, so that's a plus, right?
Unfortunate allies. Yes. Okay. Potential allies, I suppose you could say.
Just unexpected, I guess is the word I was looking for. Unexpected
go.
allies.
I don't know. Unfortunate kind of matches too, not gonna lie.
I guess it depends on your perspective, really.
Yeah.
A little bit more unfortunate for you.
Yeah. It's not too bad. You know, she who shines is honestly, I think, rightfully angry, especially if what Eliza says is true, like her being able to remember things even before she was born. Okay, is that not insane? Like, like it was already insane for me to have writer's memories, but like even from like centuries ago, that just seems crazy.
Yeah, it's like almost as if like what you have was just like passed on and then collected. Like
Mm-hmm.
that, I don't know. It's no wonder that she's not also kind of,
Nah,
you
maybe we all are. Just this
know,
life.
it comes with the territory.
Yeah. But, you know, maybe we can just take steps to prove ourselves to her. The very least, you know, at least we've proven enough that she's not going to actively be an enemy. So that's one less problem.
Yeah. I mean, at least it's not a adversary. We have like a neutral ground. And then when you
Right.
go break all of her familial bonds out of um, reptile
Gatorland.
prison, I
Hmm.
guess, then, you know, maybe we'll have an even better relationship.
Yeah, that's going to be fun.
Yep. Any updates on that?
No, not yet. Charles and I haven't managed to have a time to go scout or anything or make plans, but too busy tilt my head towards the other thing, uh settling Xander down.
Fair enough. Full-time job being a mom to a grown
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
I weirdly relate.
I'm sure you do. I'm getting a glimpse of what you live with every day.
Wasn't all bad, that's for sure.
Um, but yeah, he's settled down a little. Eliza's helping a lot. Hopefully over the next few weeks we can help start working on getting him a little more stable.
Yeah, is there any idea yet of kind of what he's looking for in all of this? Like I know a place to stay and there's still a lot of the different things going on in his head, but I mean, she who shines, I know, had a bit of an agenda, I guess you could say.
I think the biggest thing is to stop whatever, I guess, this whatever is screaming in his head, um, which Eliza thinks is that white bat or something. I don't know. Um, we have to look more into that and figure that. I need to talk to Eliza about it. But I think that might be the biggest thing. Otherwise, man, I don't know. It changes from like minute to minute with him.
Sure, it's hard to get a straight answer.
Sometimes
Sometimes, you know, with Aiden, sometimes just taking him on a little walk helped.
I try to go hunting with him every night. So
Oh, there you go.
At this point, you hear the RV door open and then do its automatic slam shut, as those RV doors are wont to do. Then you hear the shuffling of feet, and then at the edge of the firelight, you see Xander, a man who looks to be in his early 30s, maybe late 20s. It's hard to tell because he's so disheveled. He's got a bit of a growth beard starting to come in at this point, but his clothes are clean. They're totally the wrong size for him, as they seem to be too big, hanging a little loosely on his very, very lean frame. As he enters, his eyes look a little like half lidded, not bearing the same wild expression as they have in the past. Charles walks in behind him, a couple of steps behind, seemingly having his hands crossed in front of him as if he's a coiled spring ready to pounce at any moment. But as Xander approaches,
I'll stand up from where I was kind of lounging and wipe my shorts off. Hey, Xander, I'd like you to meet someone.
okay,
This is Aspen. Aspen is our leader.
it's my favorite after dinner chocolate.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Alexander Barrow. Xander, I guess, is what I'm going by now. It's nice to meet you.
It's very nice to meet you. How have you been settling?
Oh, all right, I guess. Jester has been starving me. I mean, keeping me fed. But it's different here. Strangely peaceful and twitches a little bit. The old woman has been very nice.
Eliza's wonderful. Absolutely. I'm glad she's been helping you. You seem to be doing better than when you first arrived.
Yeah, sorry about that. I have been it's been quieter lately for the most part, and it's helped me focus a lot more.
Look over at Jester and look back to Xander. Quieter in what way?
Starts tapping on his head. They're more like occasional whispers and less constant, especially after Eliza stops by. It's quiet enough to sleep.
It's good you've been able to sleep.
She says it's not a good voice to listen to. That it wants me to do bad things. And I don't want to do bad things. I already did. He takes a long, shaky breath. The worst thing I could ever imagine.
Is it just the one voice?
Mostly. Then there's the shriek, the scream. She told me that it's an echo of the past. Something having to do with before times long ago. She thinks it's connected to history or this place or my kind bat people. Something to do with spirits. It was very confusing and a lot to hear. But she's been patient as I've asked a lot of silly questions. And I like the quiet. As long as it lasts until it starts again.
Xander, if you don't mind me asking, what kind of things does the bad one tell you?
Well, you know, when you hear yourself think something ridiculous, silly, maybe sometimes violent, like you get really mad at somebody and all you want to do is punch them in the face. Happened a lot before, but that was normal in my line of work. But this voice tells me that it's not enough, that I should do more. It encourages it. It just keeps telling me to hunt, to feed. Keeps making me want to drink and eat flesh and blood, even though it tastes like pennies and a lot of chicken. But I got sick the first time. The first time I consciously ate it. And it told me that it would taste better if I tried again and again and again and again. And then I got used to it and it actually started to taste good. But I couldn't tell if that's because I was just so hungry or if because it was telling me that it's supposed to taste good. It just got very confusing. Then it started to tell me that everything that happened was the fault of the werewolves, and that the shadow kings,
Shadow Lords. Mm-hmm.
that one, those said that they had killed all of us, that I had to get revenge. That said that something that happened here made me change, made me into this. That I could trust it, and it would make me strong, and it would make me get revenge. That it would help me. It wasn't so constant and loud, I would have ignored it because it sounded bad. It didn't make sense. It didn't explain. It just told me over and over and over again. It led me to that guy. Gone, I guess. Said he was one of them and that I needed to bite. To take revenge, to cause all of the pain I have been caused, others like me have been caused, that I needed to hunt all of them, make them pay, and then maybe it would be better. Maybe the screaming would stop.
What do you want, Xander? Do you like Xander? Yes.
Sure. I mean, if you're Aspen and there's another guy named Artie, and I don't want to get confused.
Fair enough.
But I don't know what I want. When I think about it, I just get hungry. And I've been told, he kind of gives an annoyed look to Charles, that I can't just eat whatever I want to. Or else it'll bring bad people looking. Then I think maybe they should, if I'm hurting. It's a bad voice. Maybe it's what I deserve.
You don't deserve it.
I don't know, but this place feels better. Cave was so dark, empty. It kept me there. Told me that I was the only place I'd be safe. This place feels familiar.
Look over at Jester. I'm assuming this is the case, but Eliza has looked over him with all of her abilities, yeah?
She has. I mean, she's still doing some more research and stuff, but yeah.
Is there a time when the voice gets worse?
Nighttime. But it's the only time that feels right. It's the only time things aren't too bright, too loud. I can't see well during the day. I can hide in the dark. That's like the dark.
Well, I can tell you for sure that bringing any of the other bad things here wouldn't help. It would only make things worse.
Yeah, she said that they would hurt me, hurt all of you. And other than that asshole, you've all been very nice. Charles just lets out a grunt and flexes a little bit.
Aspen is very trying to look like pensive at Xander, but is not covering her smirk well while she glances upwards at Charles.
Jester's not even hiding the smirk. She's smirking at that. Hey, Xander. What was your favorite food to eat before all this happened?
He starts tapping at his head with a couple of fingers. The banana split.
Banana split.
I would
Okay.
get a ice cream with my kids when we would go to the carnival. Fry the banana and put ice cream on it, and we would put cream on our noses. She always liked that. It made her laugh. Gets this far off look in his face as he just keeps gently poking at his nose.
Where was this carnival?
Home. Virginia. Go into the city. It was like the state fair. There was rides and games and music, and I always look forward to the state fair because I could take the family and I would take off work to make sure we could go. It was bright and colorful, and everybody was happy.
That sounds nice. Maybe we'll make some. She leans over to Jester. Do you know how to make fried bananas?
Figure it out. We'll figure it out.
Okay. We'll get some banana splits and maybe have some games here. That way you can feel more comfortable.
Sure. Furrows his brow, blinking a few times. But what, am I in prison?
No.
No.
Is that where you used to work?
No. No, I was an exterminator. Go in and kill all the little buggies, termites and roaches and
Oh, interesting.
it was a job. My
You're not.
my wife got pregnant with our first right after we got married. And I had to drop out of college to go work, pay the bills. Don't don't regret it. It was steady work and it paid and I was good at it. I was good at it.
What were their names?
Who? The bugs?
I mean, if you had names for them, that would be very interesting to know.
No, you don't name them because you have to kill them.
That would be a bit morbid. Absolutely.
Yeah. You
It's
mean
Jimmy.
my kids? It's really silly. Eldest was named Alvin after his great grandpa. And then we thought it would be funny to name the rest of the kids
After the child.
Simon. And then we had a daughter, so we named her Theodosia. Or Theo for short.
Beautiful names.
Did you say
You're not-
something?
No, but you're not in prison. We
It
do
says
think
this is prison.
it's not. But if you don't hear it talking as much,
Is that a good thing? Am I supposed to hear it?
no, you're not supposed to hear it. Do you remember what I told you in the cave?
No.
Do you think a very good friend would tell you to hurt things like it tells you to hurt things?
Yeah. But what if they're supposed to be hurt? Lucas did very bad things. In fact, we've all done pretty bad things.
We have. And there are some people that we will hurt as we're trying to. So we're trying to keep this world from dying, and there are things like that voice in your head that wants it all to end. Horribly, painfully. More people like your family being put in those situations. Or worse.
If it's supposed to end,
Is that what the voice says?
just eats. It says everything must come to an end so something new can begin. when it happened, all I wanted was for it to end.
I think in a way that's true. Everything does end, so something new can begin. But
So
I
what-
think the
What are you
voice,
fighting for? Why?
I think the voice in your head just wants things to end. I don't think it wants anything new to begin. I don't think it wants a balance of all things. It just wants endings and to consume and to corrupt, which everything, consumption in itself, death, those types of things are okay. They happen. But I don't think that voice wants the growth and the change and the balance that comes with that. It's tipping the scales, and that isn't how life is supposed to happen.
It says, if you go into the cave, you enter the labyrinth. You won't reach the end. You'll just keep going around and around in on yourself. Down and down and down and down and down. All that awaits you is death. And there was a Ferris wheel. My son liked the Ferris wheel. He wanted to go up to the top. It made him feel like flying, like a bird.
Do you feel that when you fly? Like you're on the Ferris wheel?
Slowly shakes his head. No. Just feel like I'm falling. Slowly falling.
Xander,
I have a joke for you, I heard.
You don't tell good jokes.
Yeah.
Well, you
I
told one
suppose.
good joke.
I heard a long time ago that flying is just failing at falling.
Can't even do that right?
Or you're doing something better.
hey Xander,
Mm.
could you do me a favor?
Maybe.
Can we try an experiment that whenever the voice comes into your head, you think of the carnival? Yeah?
Carnival's sad now.
No, it's happy. Just because some things end sad doesn't mean that there's happy memories around it.
Okay. there was a lot of food at the carnival.
I'm sure there was.
Why do they call it an elephant ear? It's just dough.
Does it look a bit like an elephant ear?
Oh. Only seen elephants on TV and that one time at the zoo.
Doesn't look exactly like a real elephant ear, but it kind of has that shape. So
Yeah. Fried dough.
also, you know, there's so much fried dough that you have to come up with different names for it.
Yeah. Like, why not? Yeah. Dough plate? Plate dough?
Play-Doh?
No,
I don't.
no,
I think that was
that's
already.
yeah. You can't eat Play-Doh.
Maybe
Don't eat-
noodle dough. We'll call it noodle dough.
Don't eat the Play-Doh, Simon. I'll try.
Or if it's hard for the carnival, is there a song you liked? Song that was yours that you hummed in the car maybe on the way home from work? Finally done with the day.
Remember. Oh. All I hear is screams. And I try to think of it.
You don't have to force yourself to think of it.
But I don't want to forget.
We'll help you not forget. But you don't have to force yourself now to try to remember all of it.
As Jester says that, I kind of pull out my phone, pretending like I'm texting, but I'm making a note of his last name, his children's name, Virginia, all of these things that I can bring back to Artie later.
We're hungry. Are we going soon?
We can go soon. How about this time, instead of eating the whole thing, we bring it back and have a cookout?
We don't like cookouts.
Why not?
We like it raw and wriggly.
Why? Because the voice told you?
Okay. I want to bring it back.
Good, good. Let's go.
We get two. One for there, one for here.
Fine, but you get to share the one for here. You have to share it with everybody here.
Fine.
Oh, before you go, do you like reading, Xander?
Good night, Moon.
She's gonna pull the tattered copy of Lord of the Rings out of her purse, hearing that he said raw and wriggly, and she's gonna hand the book over.
I saw this movie.
It's a great book.
Very big book.
Very loved. It's her prized possession.
Pulls it to his chest. Okay. So, are there rules? I was told there were rules. This one tells me there's rules. Lots and 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 lots of rules. Don't break glass, Xander. Don't go flying far away, Xander. Don't eat more than 2 pigs, Xander.
They're good rules. I mean, the basics. Don't tell people you turn into a bat and fly.
They can just look at me and tell. Well, not right now.
Right, that's kind of the point. You're not supposed to be doing that in front of other humans.
Okay. Yeah, because that brings the other people to you. Ah!
Right. Also, respecting territories of another person. So, breaking the plates and things isn't very respectful of other people's property and things like that.
Accident.
It's just part of the rules. So I'm just saying, Charles, he's telling you the right rules is all I'm saying.
Looks over his shoulder at Charles, then back at you. Fine.
Also, you got to be respectful of people of higher station, which technically Charles, Jester, and I, since this is our territory, we are of higher station. So if Charles makes rules, you have to follow those rules. That's
They told me I had to come here.
Well, higher station, you have to listen. He makes the rules.
But I wasn't here when they told me.
That's how the rules work.
These are bad rules.
They're very complicated, and I'm going to fix them. But for now, those are the rules we're going with.
Sure this isn't prison?
Pretty sure. I mean, we kind of all have to follow those rules. Not just you. I have to follow those rules too.
I saw Orange is the New Black. There's a lot of rules in prison. Also a lot of sex.
I don't think there's much sex here. So.
That's good. I guess. Okay. Follow the rules.
The biggest rule you have to remember is that you need to be respectful of Jester and Charles. So when they make rules, just understand that they are proper rules.
Can I be respectful of one of them? 2 is a lot.
If he makes a rule, and she'll point at Charles, and you don't like it, go to Jester and ask her.
Turns towards Charles and sticks out his tongue. All right. Are you his mom?
Kinda.
That'd be
She's kind
weird.
of
You guys look the same age. Ish.
I'm his superior. So think of it as like a job. I'm his boss.
Okay. We go hunt now?
Yes.
Charles gives an exasperated, and then, all right, let's get you out of those clothes so you don't destroy another pair. He starts leading Xander back towards the RV.
Watch them go. Turn back to Aspen. Well, Actually went pretty not bad.
Definitely got more information than I think we had before. So
Yeah. Over the past week, he's become more coherent. Not completely, as you noticed, but at least there's some more coherence. It's all over the place.
kind of the fun of it is deciphering it all when they say their silly words. And
Yeah.
sometimes you just nod and smile and say, okay.
Yeah, kind of. Though, I guess he can still hear Bat's voice here.
Well, it's fine. But I think I'm going to give some of the information to Artie. Maybe if we can get a better understanding of his old life, it'll help him with combating the voice.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do is get him to like remember or try to focus on some things from his old life, especially things he enjoyed or things like that to help ground him and help him remember that he was a person and he's not just this that's left.
I think you're doing a wonderful job.
Yeah, I guess. He keeps saying that I'm not funny, so that I should change my name.
Malicious,
Mean bitch.
malicious. That works. Maybe malicious mom. Maybe it's a new look for you.
Good God, no.
So as the two of you continue talking until it's time to go for a hunt, what's going through your mind after this first encounter with Xander where he's a little bit more lucid? Aspen, we'll start with you.
So, first off, it was kind of bittersweet because there was like bits of reminding her of Aiden, which was kind of fun in a lot of ways. But there's also the whole potential spiral of it all and what that means, and the worm attached to him and what that means, and hopefully getting him some sort of sense of his old life, or maybe getting him to acknowledge his old life might help him push through the voice, at least for now, because he said bringing bad people here, and that's the last thing any of us want or need. So although it was fun to talk to him, it also is a bit worrying.
And Jester, you've seen the slow and subtle improvements, but this was a lot more than usual. What's going through your mind?
Part of it, I'm hopeful, like that, I'm really glad that he was more lucid, meeting Aspen than he's been sometimes. That was good, and showing a big improvement. On the other hand, if he's still hearing the voice, part of me has to wonder if it's a ruse. And I have to keep watching and trusting that Star was right, and trusting like the parts I see, the like vulnerable parts, that there is a point to reach those parts and help him. But on the other hand, I know it's going to be me that has to take care of him, that has to kill him if this does fail. And I always have to keep an watchful eye for that too.
The more you get to know somebody, the more familiar you become with them, the more bonded to them you feel. Especially since all three of you have that terrible first change in common. Trauma can bond us, but keeping that separation especially when you know that something might have to be done you don't necessarily want to do because of a oath of sorts that you took. Makes it that much harder. We transition now to our final scene of tonight's story. Speaking of growing bonds, Jace, you have, over the time you've been here, found yourself growing closer and closer to Eliza, the other Theurge, the Sept Rite Master. She's been a source of guidance, a healer, a teacher. But after your last interaction with Rat, some interesting suspicions were brought up. She is a stargazer after all, and stargazers, you've always been taught, are not to be trusted. They gave up and walked away. But she's here. She clearly knows more than she's letting on. She found this place, this font of power. Somehow convinced the other Garou to awaken this font of power. And ever since, it seems there are more and more caveats to this cairn being opened. The arrival of other Farah, a pulse felt throughout the Umbra and beyond. While that bond between the two of you may be growing, something as simple as an unanswered question can drive such a wedge. So, we find ourselves at the cairn the next day, the sun shining down through the leaves in the trees, sending dappled shade over the ground. Eliza works in her garden, which has grown significantly as she has found more and more need for certain things at the cairn, different herbs and maybe even some vegetables starting to be grown there. But she is currently down on her knees, using a trowel, digging up, turning over dirt, having just picked a few of the vegetables, which happen to be carrots, out of the ground. She's now turning over the dirt, cycling it as you approach.
Walking up, seeing what she's doing and placing the carrots off to the side. So, what you plan with the carrots?
Probably a salad, Jace.
Oh, I wasn't sure if you had like some extra thing that you were about to do that was going to blow my mind.
Believe it or not, sometimes gardening can just be for sustenance.
For other people, sure, not you. I've seen you pull ginger out of places and be like, eat this, this will make you feel better, it'll be just fine. And I get that's a whole thing, like ginger does like crazy stuff. I just assumed anytime you're gardening and I see you pulling stuff up, you're about to do something crazy.
Well, not in this particular case.
All right, so just a salad. And that's
Just
it. It's not going to grow anything. You're not going to like add blood to it or anything. And things are going to crawl out of it.
No, I just thought it would be nice to cook dinner for y'all one night.
You understand my suspicion because I've seen you play with a hand and do all these different experiments with it.
Well, that was an experience, yes.
Do you need any help?
Sure, actually. I've got 2 buckets of water over there. If you want to scrub off these carrots while I'm pulling them, that'd be great. Get some of the dirt off and then give them a nice rinse.
Yeah, you
There's
got
also
it.
a brush to brush off the skin.
Do you want me to
Skin of
sing
the
it a
carrot
story too?
where the
Uh-huh. You'll go and grab the carrots.
So as you pick up the carrots, you can see that she has 2 separate buckets. One of them looks like they've already been cleaning vegetables, as you can see some dirt collected at the bottom of the bucket, but the other one seems to be still very clean water used for rinsing.
Go and rinse it off in the dirty one, give it a couple splashes, brush, and make sure he's humming loud enough so she can hear that he is singing something to it. Like, I don't know if it helps it grow anymore or not, but I want to make sure these are happy.
Believe it or not, they weren't that far off. Everything has a spirit, so singing to the
You're
spirits does have benefits.
Make me eat my words. He'll keep cleaning it.
She continues to work the garden, just enjoying the time, listening to you sing. She occasionally lets off a soft chuckle, especially as your tune changes.
So, Mama Ross, I got a couple questions about Theurge stuff, if you have a mind for it right now.
Of course. Always.
So, at the meeting, I brought up that I had talked to Rat and Star, and they were giving me some insight on things going on. But there's something that they asked and I didn't have the answer to, and I realized that it's probably something that I should know about. How did this place come to be? Like, where did it come from? How did you find it? Because it was dormant for so long.
You're not wrong about that. As for how it came to be, well, it was a unique ritual. Usually, as you know, a Caern building requires many Garou and a great deal of time. This one didn't. This one required something else, a pledge of sorts.
A pledge?
Yes. A pledge to the Caern to defend Gaia in this world and the next. A binding of sorts. Trees, spirits that we commune with here, have always been here. They make up the very foundation of this place. Because the willing chose to bind themselves in this place. I suppose it's one of the things that sets this place apart from other places of power. Only the truly dedicated can ever call this place home. As for how, I've lived here a long time. I've communed with the spirits of this place. And truthfully, I've wandered. I actually discovered this particular place some time ago. And I knew that it would take particularly important people to awaken it. Particularly dedicated Garou. I had been told and learned of this from a former patron of sorts. A patron of this area. I know that you never had the particular privilege of meeting Grandmother Willow, but she was a descendant of the spirits that first made this place.
Okay. So she's a spiritual descendant of here. And she told you about it. Okay.
She's connected, or was connected to it.
How long did you know Grandmother Willow?
Oh, a very long time. Ever since I first arrived in Florida and came to this area, Grandmother Willow was a potent force, especially of the old Sept Caern. She could be cranky. She was always very, very intelligent, rooted in history, and I don't mean that as just a pun. She had a lot of wisdom to share. She was a guardian of this place, even as it evolved, even as it changed. That's what made her loss particularly terrible to this area. Why the separation between us as Garou and the spirits became so vast after her passing. She was like, I am to you, I suppose. Mama Willow in the eyes of the spirits.
It wasn't, Eliza, it wasn't just this area, though. What happened was felt far beyond.
If you step on something like broken glass or gravel, do you not feel it in your mind?
I tend to feel it everywhere. I don't like stepping on sharp objects.
Lastly, this place, all Cairns are connected to Gaia. But this is like an artery or a nerve cluster. While other Cairns have a variety of potency, their spiritual connection can be fostered and grown. This place, it's like a direct conduit. It's already grown. It's unlike any place I've ever been. And it needs to be protected.
Oh, absolutely. This is one of the closest places I've ever felt to Gaia. Like even the Caern back home, all the other ones I came by, this one is stronger.
Yes.
But did Grandmother Willow not tell you about what else would happen if this place was awoken, though?
I don't think she truly knew. To be completely honest, she was a descendant, not direct. You have to remember this place has been dormant for a great amount of time, and the spirits bound to it have been dormant as well. All knowledge of places like this was lost, or believed to be. Perhaps when Turtle left. Turtle's sacrifice didn't just lead to the extinction of an entire tribe. It led to a loss of a great deal of knowledge. In places like this, they can be easily forgotten. In their dormancy, they can be passed over.
Rat has a different perspective on Turtle's sacrifice. He said Turtle's prideful and stuff like that. But that's Rat.
Well, I don't doubt Rat's suspicion. I've always enjoyed my conversations with Rat. I've always enjoyed correspondences, but I've known he's always had a particular wariness towards me. I can't fault him for that. Many of my brothers and sisters, they left. They, in the minds of many patrons, in the minds of many spirits, gave up. And truthfully, there was more than one bone gnawer that became a stargazer at one point or another, and that tends to leave a patron very bitter.
Especially one like him. He tends to hold a grudge.
That he does.
Yeah, I've asked you, like, why you fight, why you're here. Oh, your timeline. I'm lost at some points. You came here. You're with Grandmother Willow. You got knowledge. Then at some point, you came here.
Well, you have to understand, after the destruction of the old sept, after the loss of my after the loss of Joseph, I lost my way. And much like this place, I went into dormancy for a very long time. It took this particular band of rapscallions going into the Umbra, seeking out the rarest of substances, to bring me back onto the path. That dedication, that willingness to help a complete stranger, put themselves at such risk unnecessarily. That showed me something different about them. And everything that they've done since. I believe y'all are unlike any other Garou I've ever encountered. And I've encountered some pretty extraordinary Garou in my time. But for an entire pack to share in a vision, without any doubt or discrepancies, for them to be willing to give all that they have, more than any other Garou can be expected to give. For most Garou, when the fight's over, it's over. They serve their time, like a deployment in the military. But for these Garou, this is everything to them. And I have watched them sacrifice. I have watched them hurt. I have watched them be beaten time and time again. But I've also watched them heal. I've watched them stand up and prop each other up. And on more than one occasion, they've propped me up. when Storm came with their righteous vengeance for me abandoning my duties to this place, they could have let me go. They could have sacrificed me, but they didn't. And I wouldn't have blamed them if they had. I had failed. It was only right that I suffer the consequences. But they defended me, and supported me, and helped make things right, even at a great cost. Why wouldn't I give them all that I have, all that I know, in exchange? My fight is closer to the end than it is the beginning. If I'm going to have to leave this place, in a manner of speaking, I might as well leave it with all that I know. I might as well give this second chance my best shot to assist in this fight. I knew they deserved this place, just as it deserves them. Just as it may, one day, deserve you. Should that be the path you are following.
Paths are obscure. I'm walking carefully though.
I believe it. Trust your feet.
My feet did bring me here.
They did.
In all honesty, the odds that we're up against right now, with everything that you've seen, you think we got it? Or gonna give it a hell of a fight and it's gonna be it?
I think if anybody has a chance to turn the tides, it's these Garou in this place. But those are some very mighty tides. While I may have my head in the stars, I still do have my feet on the ground, and I am a realist. The odds are very much against us. And now our enemies are doing barbaric things, like with these plants. They're turning nature against us. One of our most stalwart allies through this entire war. They have found a way to weaponize. And now they're reaching to sources beyond themselves, like the Fae.
I feel for them. Like, I couldn't imagine the process that they'd that to be ripped and put into something else. They are doing better though. They had an interesting chat with her. It's interesting how you bring up paths, because he talked about how the Garou are we're constantly stuck in a pattern. Every time that we move forward, try to make things better, it ends in fire. And things just don't get better from there.
That's a very utter simplification of it all, but
yes. My hope, and what I told Ravi, is that fire is seen as destruction, but I'm hoping that it's meant as a cleanse. We'll have to wait and see, though.
well, now You're tapping into the third of the triad because the worm feels similarly. Now, I have always believed you needed all three. The worm isn't incorrect, it's misled. It's over exuberant. The triad is a living thing just like all of us. It can be corrupted, it can be persuaded, it can be weaponized. But it must exist. For it to cease to exist is to bring an end to the cycle of life. Something that servants of the worm have tried to escape, like the leeches. We need it. The issue is finding a way to put it into balance. Not drive it away, not destroy it. Like other Garou believe is the solution. That thought process is what created the Black Spiral dances. That thought process is what broke this nation into pieces. That thought process brought the fire. You can't destroy destruction. You can't kill rot. What you can do is remind it of its place in the cycle. Return it to its responsibility. I wish that were an easy task. I would gladly go find a worm spirit and just tell it, hey, get your shit together.
Gonna say it's easier to say that than actually make it done, but I hear you.
That's what we're working towards. That's the struggle we're truly fighting. Yes, there are leeches. Yes, there are banes. Yes, there are all manner of creatures that must be combated, must be destroyed, must be driven back. But those are the symptoms of the illness, not the illness itself. Does everything end in fire? Certainly not, because if it did, we'd all be burned and gone. What it does end in is death. Death of an idea, death of a mission, death of people. But from death comes life. And an idea never truly dies unless it's not spoken out about, unless it's not passed on. Unless it falls silent. And yes, there are those who try to silence ideas that contradict with their own.
Speaking of contradictions, with you being a stargazer and with the nation the way it is, if more and more Garou come here, are you have any concern about that? Like, I know that the pack here will do absolutely everything we can, but there's got to be some form of concern of that. It's got to be at some point in the back of your head of it's like that what if.
Always. I've told Aspen and Jester on multiple occasions the smart thing for them to do would be to cut all ties with me. Send me away. But the smart thing and the right thing aren't always the same. Yes, they would be seen highly upon and respected in the eyes of the nation for having done the unthinkable and turned the tides of Tampa, a place most of the nation had given up on. They'd be heroes. Their renown amongst the elders would be very, very high. That's not what they want. That's not what they care about. They aren't looking for respect. They're looking to do what's right, what's necessary. Even if it means they have to serve and fight forever. You can see why I find them so special.
Among other things, but I know that's up there.
It is. But yes, I constantly think about that. I don't wish to bring harm to this sept, to this new nation.
I feel like if they got to know you, they would change that. Because my entire overall talking to my teachings, stargazers don't trust them. They're going to tell you different things. They're going to give you false stories. They're going to give you overall security. They'll make you feel comfortable. And then their plans will come into fruition, and then you will be lost as they have left you to die. Now, with everything looking like the way it is, I don't see you doing that. But you could also be just playing a really good ruse.
If I wanted you to die, Jace, I had more than one opportunity to let that happen.
What better way to implement your ruse than keeping me alive?
Oh, of course. My
Right.
grand design of keeping you alive.
I am one of the first Garou in a long time to make it to the dreaming. Maybe
You
that's
are.
why. That's why you kept me
I
going.
won't deny there is some benefit to that, but that is not my reasoning. My original sept, back when I was a child of Gaia, they knew me. They knew me as well as anyone could. And still, they shunned me when I chose a different path. So you could say, yes, they could get to know me. And while that seems like a beautiful idea, the reality is biases will always exist. What they've been taught, what they've learned, watching the Get become a cult, break away, watching the Howlers go into the labyrinth and come out as something much, much worse. Any idea of breaking away from the greater whole that is the almighty nation is always going to be viewed as something wrong. When they can't see in the reflection that it's already broken, that it already is several pieces drifting away from one another. Maybe that's why they war amongst themselves. Maybe that's
Because they
why
don't know who to fight.
Right. We didn't want any part of that. That's why we walked away. We saw the direction it was headed. We saw the path that ends in fire. And we said there has to be something else. There has to be another way. Now, I won't deny that some of my brethren lost hope in trying to find another way. That they settled in a existence of peace and tranquility and balance. but that doesn't speak for the whole of us. And sometimes, yes, my fellow stargazers have used trickery and deceit. We still have our own version of ragabashes, after all. But it's no different than me trying to get you to see something that you don't see yourself, even if it's right in your face. I prefer not to lie to you. I prefer not to deceive you. But when you're dealing with the most stubborn, reckless Garou, you'll do anything to open their eyes, because we know how fraught this fight is. We know we're losing good Garou all the time, and less are changing. Can't afford to sacrifice more. So we trick them, and we lie to them, and we deceive them. Because if it ends up in them doing the thing that needs to be done in the long run, so be it. They weren't going to do it. They were going to keep banging their heads against the brick wall.
You were a child of Gaia. Now, growing up, I grew up from foster home to foster home. I stole, I lied, I did all these different things. I was that classification of a bone gnar before it even happened. Why aren't there more stargazers?
So many got tired of screaming into the nothingness. This fight is not for the weak of heart. That's why it's a fight of the young. And, well, when you get turned out, when you get distrusted and turned against, you lose hope. It's like an unmoored, unanchored ship being sent out to sea with no paddles, with
Just
no
adrift.
wind, just adrift. Many of my brethren are adrift. Much like many say that those of Fenris have become too aggressive, out of control, a blazing bonfire. Balance always restores itself, whether we like it or not. While some went on a warpath, others went adrift. And the nation stands in between, watching both sides, judging, telling stories and yarns about the wickedness. All while the wickedness grows inside them. All while the wickedness runs rampant, eating away at Gaia, at our hopes, at our mission.
The hypocrisy of it all. That's what you're getting at.
I don't know if it's necessarily hypocrisy as much as ignorance.
They can kind of go hand in hand, can they not?
They can, but I think hypocrisy is a choice. Ignorance sometimes is just a lack of knowledge. An unwillingness to hear another way. An unwillingness to accept change. And we're a very, very ritualistic, steeped in tradition group. So that stubbornness, much like the trees that surround us now, those roots go deep.
One of these days, I have yet to touch the tree. I keep hearing that the stories that they provide and the different things along that. And I've been a part of sitting there, but having a one-on-one with the tree, something I'm probably need to get knocked out sooner than later.
What are you scared of? You're not scared of knowledge, Jace. Most of the time, you're not scared of spirits. You're not scared of the truth. That's all this is. A record. Much like the silver record, which you know, I'm sure, about your old sept very, very well.
Yeah.
Nothing more than that. It's not here to hurt you. It's not here to possess you. It's here to inform you. And yes, you will feel what they felt. You will see what they saw. You will experience it all. Because how else can you truly learn what came before than to live it? For a moment, you are binding your soul to theirs and sharing. But they are not holding you hostage. You are touching upon it and then removing yourself, all the more informed.
I have no arguments against that. Well said. I was going to say fear, but you made me sound super stoic and awesome, so now I can't really go up and say all those other things.
It's okay to be afraid. It's unknown. This
I
is
like
what you've been
unknown.
taught.
That's the thing.
You like secrets.
I do.
The
I really
unknown
do.
is very different because it's unknown. Secrets are known to those that possess them. This isn't that. This is different. Because the experience is different for everyone who partakes in it.
The day that I choose to go and do that, I'll do it the vision alone, but would you be there next to me at least in case something happens? Yeah. I'm a conduit for things happening,
I'm here to serve.
Plants. Yeah. I'll let you know when I go and do that. He'll look around to a few of the trees.
Don't be afraid. The stars provide the light to guide us. Even though the night is dark and full of terrors, if you look to the stars, they will show you the way. For they are always shining. Even when it's cloudy, even when it's dark, even when we're indoors, they're there, shining and showing us the way.
I'll keep that in mind. I
It's
think
okay.
I've brushed your carrots quite enough.
Yes, you did a wonderful job. I think they will be ripe and delicious.
One's a little thin. We look at his.
You did scrape that one pretty thoroughly, but you were focused on other things.
You have other carrots, right?
I have plenty. And of course, there is always the store if there aren't enough.
True.
They just don't taste as good.
Fair.
It's natural to be afraid. It's natural to be suspicious. But trust yourself. Because you know the difference. You know the truth. And no amount of rumors or stories of others' personal biases, none of that matters. Because you know. Your instincts. Your Gaia-given instincts will show you the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll look back to all the trees. When the time comes, that one.
If it called to you, it must have something to say.
That's an eeny meeny thing, but yeah, that one.
Was it?
Okay, Mom, you don't need to call me on all the bullshit that I do just every now and then, and it's been like 6 times now.
Just doing my job.
Yeah. We'll come over and put the clean carrots down. So salad?
Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about meat around this Caern lately. I think we've got to remember our greens. It's all
Big,
part
strong.
of the balance.
More balance, okay. You gonna tell me there's a triad with food too?
Isn't there?
You know what? Just gonna scoot over to a different area of plants to start pulling stuff.
Eliza lets out a laugh as she goes back to her work. While you continue to help for a little while longer, the conversation goes to that blissful silence, except for the occasional comment. What's going through your mind after this discussion with Eliza?
He's got a lot of strong voices giving him a lot right now. And trying to appease everyone isn't going to work out. He also wants to know her patron, but trying to figure out a way to get to it, it's going to take time. And what's it going to reveal in the end? Is it going to make the bond stronger? Is it going to make it weak? And her talking of the nation, the constant talk that is present here is how it's broken and it needs to be fixed. Is with him being so part of Old Nation, his eyes are becoming more and more open. They were well opened beforehand, but just this, how it's broken and how it's affecting people even outside the nation. It's opening his horizons further. And he's wary about touching a tree, but he's still willing to give it a shot.
And with that, our story comes to an end. But not without a few last scenes. Our first scene takes us to the wide open farmland outside of the city of Tampa. It's late in the evening, and something stirs. Something very, very large. As the vined monstrosity that is the large wolf prowls through the high grass, towering over it. We then hear, "Find them." And the wolf breaks and disperses as 7 smaller vined wolves run off in separate directions, the green, sickly glow in their eyes as they separate, running out into the fields. Our next scene takes us to Artie and Aspen's apartment, where Artie is looking at the phone and attempts to dial, and the name on the caller ID says Sean. He raises the phone to his ear, only for it to go directly to voicemail without a single ring. We then see on the screen an article about the supposed cave-in at the mines. He tries to call again, only for it to go to voicemail again. He then sets down the phone, stands up, and walks to the bedroom door, where he opens it and says, "Aspen, we have a problem." And in our last scene, we see the inside of the RV. We see Xander coiled up in a ball, rocking back and forth. Round and round and round. Down, down, down. It all ends in death. His arms have scratches in the surface of his skin. Scratches so deep that they've started to bleed. But the scratch is a slow, spinning spiral upon his arm. And this is where our story comes to a close. Thank you so much to these amazing players. Thank you to everybody watching at home. We know it was a very long episode today, but it was well worth it. So stay tuned to St. Beat by Night and our social media, because we have that amazing Halloween giveaway that's going on right now. So check out that description down below to follow the link, or the link in the chat to go enter into that amazing giveaway and win a Werewolf starter pack. So get on that. That giveaway ends November 1st. So you only got about 3 weeks left to get in on the action. So get to it. We've got Hellhounds this Friday over on YouTube. You can see the other half of our ongoing story on what's going on with this pack. And also, stay tuned to Rage Across Tampa next week at the same time as the Sept figures out what to do next. For these amazing players, I'm Kent. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time. Good night, everybody.
This has been a St. Petersburg by Night production. Reach Across Tampa is produced in agreement with World of Darkness and Dark Pact. The storyteller for Rage Across Tampa is Kent. Tonight's characters were voiced by Preston, Cham, Noree, and Walks. Visit our website at stpbynight.com for more information about all of our productions and how you can become part of our community. Thank you for listening. Until next time, Fang, Stakes, and Claws out.